Falcon, an MC romance, Outlaw MC Book 3. Written by Ethan Egorov. Narrated by Bobby Pierce. Chapter 1. Logan. I park my bike out front of the bank, ignoring that feeling of long stares I get any time I go anywhere these days. At first it was because my cheating ex lied about me all over this small town. Then the cops digging into our club and making us look unsafe. We have done a lot to try and build our reputation back up, and it's taken a few months. But I still go to an ordinary bank and get looked at like I'm about to rob it. "Will you be depositing into your normal account?" the teller asks me. Donna, I know her by name because that's how small this town is. She's old. I don't know how much, but maybe my mom's age. And she doesn't ask questions when I jag 50 grand here every other week. "Yeah, thanks," I tell her. My normal account being the one tied to the club. It doesn't even have a debit card. It's just a black hole of cash that keeps the place afloat, which has gotten harder as we go on. I'm not sure why, but 3 months ago it was 80 grand. The shops are doing well, plus the bar, so I am probably going to have to bring my finance degree to good use and figure it out. I was one of those that went to college for fun, and I had my fun. But I'm also good at numbers, too. My parents would rather see me at a hedge fund, but they've let that idea go over the years. I wait as Donna does all the clerical stuff and pass the few usual questions. How I am, how my parents are, and where they're currently traveling. It's been their thing the past few years, traveling, I mean. I'm an only child, and they have nothing else tying them down here. But luckily, people have learned to stop asking me about Chelsea. It's no longer a slip of the tongue. A lot less this time. She hands me the final receipt with our information on it. Yeah, I'm about to make up an explanation before an obvious shriek cuts through the small banking room. One that has everyone's head turning. I follow it until I find the culprit. A young woman, judging by the scrunchie in her hair, and I only know that because of watching Tank's daughter grow up. But she is clearly upset, the streaks of her blonde hair flying off as she continues to yell. "There must be some sort of mistake. My account can't be empty. Please, just look again." She pleads. Her voice is soft and honeyed, with a small accent that sounds Southern more than Midwestern, telling me she isn't from around here. And I try not to eavesdrop, but she is just very loud. The teller declines her request to check again and says people are waiting. But I feel bad for her. Not so much the expensive dress she has on and the clear sense of entitlement she has. I know it well. I ran into a lot of those folks back in college, but that was damn near 10 years ago. I'd like to think I'm wrong, but still. "Thanks, Donna." I grab my receipt from her and stride over to the line where the young woman is. There are 3 people waiting behind her who eye me. One long one from another guy to which I glare at and make it obvious that my cut comes with a warning. That always works, even though I'm not all that proud of it. But it gets me up to the teller, some girl who is maybe my age, no younger than 30 from the crinkle around her eyes. "Logan, what are you doing?" she asks me. I go next to the woman, but I don't even look at her. I feel her looking up at me from where she is standing a few inches below me. "Maybe just check again. Just to say you did?" I ask her. She probably knows my name because she has been around the bar, but I don't know hers. It tells me that all the right things will probably work on her. My dark hair and light green eyes with the leather jacket and mean smolder that allude to the fun danger behind being an MC that most of the women who come around are after should do it. "Fine," she shrugs confidently. As she checks her computer screen, I take the opportunity to survey the woman next to me. She's young like I thought. Her messy ponytail adds to that appeal, and her blonde hair offsets her bright blue eyes. She has a plump pair of soft pink lips that are pursed in a scowl at this time. And the sun-yellow dress she has on is tight at the top and revealing enough that I forgot what I was doing here and why. Whoever she is, she's damn gorgeous. Same thing, emptied out to 0. Oh my God! The woman shouts again, and then she leaves, stomping out of the bank in wooden heels that I feel in my chest when she does. I hold back a laugh at her, but smile to myself. Whatever is going on brings out the worst in her, it seems. Thanks, I say to the teller, and then I go after her. It brings me outside, back in the heat. It is the dead of summer again, and I don't much like the heat, but here it isn't that bad. The beating sun matches the billow of the yellow dress I take off after, right at the end of the parking lot. Hey, wait! I call after her. She stops at the end of the street, by a sleek purple car, a Mercedes that costs more than my entire life by the look of it. Are you all right? Need some help? I ask. But it's not like she is strapped for cash, it seems. I thought her bank account was emptied and she would be stranded, but it doesn't seem to be that way. I get close enough that I could reach out and touch her, but I don't. She has her hands braced on the window of her car, slender fingers with pink painted nails. Her skin is the perfect amount of tan, smooth and sinuous. I try not to look at her legs, but I'm that kind of guy. Her dress stops mid-thigh and the rest is blazing with the sun. I stand and wait as I hear her breathing heavily before she turns around. I don't need any help, thank you. She is facing me but stares down at the ground. Enough I can see a hint of her blue eyes, but it is mostly her matching eyeshadow that I'm getting. She is all dolled up, her makeup clear as day. But what gets me is that mouth of hers, heart-shaped and a perfect shade of pink, parted as she tries to catch her breath, which only draws my gaze down to her chest. The dress has thick straps that are tight on her skin and push at her. Doesn't seem like it. I snap my attention back elsewhere and look in her eyes when she manages to look up at me. Her eyes squint at the sun behind me, and I take a step left to block it in the right place. I just... Maybe you went to the wrong bank, I suggest, even though that's not a real thing. But I try to say something that helps. Anything, really. No, I didn't. My life just sucks this bad. And if you expect something for your help, I'm sorry to say that is not happening. She accentuates with her hands and only makes me laugh. Her accent and the absurdity of it together make it funny. That's not how things work around here. I can't tell if you're strapped for cash or in the wrong place. Nice car. I gesture to the Mercedes behind her and chuckle. She frowns and glances back at it. Oh, well, that's not my car, she says awkwardly. You're just used to finding the nicest one in the lot, I suspect. She frowns up at me, and I know that I'm right. All these clues coming together are helping me piece this up, but it is still pretty rough. Look, I can give you a ride somewhere if you need it. I took a cab into town and came right to the bank, so... She blinks hard. I wonder if she doesn't even know where she is, but she doesn't seem crazy. It's like she woke up this morning and got ready to have a day nothing like this at all. Well, I know a place you can lay low for a bit, if you want, I suggest. I'm thinking of the club because it is practically empty right now, and the rooms in the back aren't as bad as they seem. She tightens a purse I hadn't noticed she was carrying over her shoulder. One of the big ones, I assume, has some of her things in it. But it's clear she hadn't planned on leaving town. You're a stranger, is her response. One that wants to help you. I chuckle. And I don't know why. I don't think it's just because she's cute. This is too much trouble for just a cute girl. Okay, where? To that I laugh because I have no idea how to tell her where I plan on taking her. But I lead us over to my bike and she seems to change her mind entirely. This looks like a bad idea. She eyes my bike with a funny look and I smile at her. It's not so bad. The drive is short. Oh, I'm Logan, by the way. I shake her hand when I come around the other side. I linger around her small, soft hand as she smiles at me for the first time.
Chantal, nice to meet you.
I hand her the helmet and get on the bike. She gets on after me, a bit unsteady, but she makes it. She has to hike her dress up a bit, and I dust my elbow over her thigh, but don't feel anything over my jacket. She tightens them around me and brings her arms around my waist slowly. With caution, I guess, since we don't know each other. You ready? I ask Chantal. It's a fitting name for this persona that she has. A city girl for sure. Privilege second to that. I'm ready to find out what is really going on.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Chapter 2. Chantal.
Where am I supposed to go? I can't just pack my things and leave.
All your things I bought for you, so don't bother packing them. I told you to do things my way, or...
You would kick me out? I thought you were my father, who was supposed to love me unconditionally.
I'm a businessman. That's not the way I operate. I don't say anything without meaning it.
I stare at my dad in his office chair, who stares back at me like this is a normal occurrence, like this is nothing but a business meeting. I hold back all my tears, but it is of no use. I saw this coming, but refused to believe that he would actually do this. Without Mom here, there is no one to referee us any more. My father is powerful, rich, and controlling. At one point, he stopped raising me and just started controlling me instead. I don't want to go into the family business. I don't want my life dictated, and if that means going off on my own, fine, I'm leaving. I slam the latest check from my trust down on his desk, the one that came with a letter from his office demanding I step up and take an executive role in the company, to which I declined and has led me here. My father and I never got along. After Mom died when I was 12, he tried for a few years until sending me to boarding school. Since then, I saw him once a year through college, and it has led me here. I majored in business to satisfy him, since he was paying for it. He thought it was to prepare me for working at the company, but I did it for myself, so I could start my own. He never listened when I voiced what I actually want to do, so perhaps it was my mistake to expect him to come around, but this is still disappointing and sad.
Give your hard pass to Jane on the way out,
is all my father has to say. Seated behind his desk with a hard look on his face, his once blond hair now all grayed silver, no love in his eyes when he looks at me. It makes my tears fall rapidly fast in disbelief at this all. I woke up this morning prepared for an easy breakfast and somewhat civilized conversation about this, but it took a hard turn. I succeeded in relenting to him for some time, but I couldn't compromise any more. I can't be controlled by his money any more. So I have to go. I didn't think this through clearly. After leaving his office, the last place I wanted to go was back to the estate, so I just pressed forward. With the cash in my wallet, I got on a bus looking absolutely insane, with no bags and in a yellow sundress, but it's not like I have a perfect escape plan. I am still almost glad that I hadn't returned home to try and pack some of my things, because then I would have become nostalgic and talked myself into staying, just for a little while, to try and convince my dad otherwise. But I know him well. He cannot be convinced or toyed with. I am just as smart as him, but I haven't thought this through. The bus pulls in a few hours later to a town I had not even heard of. I just saw the city name and thought of sunshine. But here I am with minimal cash in my wallet. Think, Chantal, think, I murmur to myself, stepping off the bus to the warm breeze blowing through. The other people on the bus look like they know where they are. This is their territory, and I look like a complete outsider. I feel like it, too. It's the sight of an ATM that gets my thought process going. I would need a real bank, but my Mint account is linked to my dad's, so there's no way he unlinked them this fast. It is one of the banks that doesn't have a debit or credit card linked, so I need a physical trust bank. A quick map search on my phone leads the way, and I'm lucky it isn't as far as it could have been. My plan is simple, foolproof, until I actually get there. "What do you mean it's empty?" I shriek, forgetting I am in public. The teller is a young woman with a mean look, scowling at me like I am inconveniencing her. I gave her all the correct info, and I realize she is looking at me like this because of how I appear. My overly nice clothes, the recent tan and blowout. God, this is not me. This can't be my life now. I did check. There's nothing here. In fact, you don't even have access to the account information. It says here. "I don't care what it says," I shout, and immediately wince at myself the way everyone else in here is. "I'm sorry, I take a calming breath and find it in myself to remain calm somehow. But if I can't get to this money, I am stranded. I don't have friends back home, not real ones. All the girls on my speed dial are only good for spa days, tight society circles, not dire situations. It seems all hope is lost until one of those good Samaritans you only hear about in books or see in movies shows up. It's almost like I feel him before I see him, and then up close to me, I force myself not to look. In all this turmoil of the past few hours, my face streaked and redone with makeup, I still find it in me to feel something other than despair. The man asks the teller to check again. I watch only her facial expressions, and it is like she knows him somehow. This man with a voice deeper than the ocean. I inhale his scent that swarms around me, and my shaking fingers die down, just a little bit. But it's of no use. When she does check and finds that there's nothing there for me. Oh, my God! I groan and take my purse, stomping out of the bank and trying not to make eye contact at all the eyes on me. I leave and keep going, stopping at a shiny purple car that looks just like mine. Well, I guess it isn't mine any more since it is back home. The sun hurts less than before. I forgot how long I was on that bus, hoping, wishing. I brace myself against the car, even though it isn't mine, and hope the owner doesn't show up. "Hey, wait!" The same deep voice from earlier calls after me, but I ignore it. My chest heaves as tears cloud my eyes again, and my face heats at this embarrassing moment with a stranger thinking I am unwell, or crazy, or both. "Are you all right? Need some help?" the man asks me. I can feel him closer now, and I didn't even get a good look at him earlier. I try to in the reflection of the car, but that falls short. The image is too distorted. But he is being nice. It would be rude to ignore him, so I turn around, and I wish I hadn't. I grew up around men that look like wax figurines of political power and businessmen. This is not that. He is rough around the edges, but has a soft quality that I can't explain. The lightness of his hair sets off the deep tan of his skin. The gray V-neck he has on dips down his clavicle and shows how deep his muscles are. That and the way his leather jacket tightens around his muscles to show them off. And he is tall, very much so. The soft smirk he has on his face is more comforting than creepy, even though I don't know him at all. "I don't need any help, thank you." I tear my gaze from his the same time he drags his eyes down my body. I know the feeling, but this is more than that. With all the confusion in my head right now, his gaze surveying me is distracting enough that it works. "Doesn't seem like it," he says. His voice is so deep and rugged, not like he smokes or anything, but just like he is holding something back. I squint around the sun at him, and he shifts on his feet, blocking the light. I just...
"Maybe you went to the wrong bank."
If it were any other time, I'd laugh at that suggestion. No, I didn't. My life just sucks this bad. And if you expect something for your help, I'm sorry to say that is not happening. I add, realizing this might be one of those situations where a nice stranger isn't just a nice stranger at all.
That's not how things work around here. I can't tell if you're strapped for cash or in the wrong place. Nice car.
He looks off behind me and chuckles. I am confused for a second before I turn and look at it. Oh, that's not my car, I say awkwardly, because I know how this must look. The way I am dressed, the car, it doesn't make any sense at all.
You're just used to finding the nicest one in the lot.
I only frown at that comment. He acts like he knows me, and for some reason he is good at it. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, my eyes dip down to his crotch, and I force them to surface back up. But his face isn't much better. The jawline, those full lips.
Look, I can give you a ride somewhere if you need it.
I took a cab into town and came right to the bank, so I fluster. My eyes blink away the last of the pity tears, and I realize I don't know where to go at all.
Well, I know a place you can lay low for a bit, if you want.
You're a stranger, I say, tightening my grip on the tote bag I have. I'm lucky it is always stocked with toiletries of the mini size, a change of panties, a mirror, but not enough to help me through this.
One that wants to help you, he chuckles.
It's the honesty in his eyes that makes me give way. This town, it feels like the soft, small-town vibes I would watch in the movies, where everyone is nice for no reason. Maybe he does want something, but I know I won't give it to him. And if my father taught me anything, it is to be smart and use other people where you can. Okay, where? I ask him. To that he laughs, and I am unsure of why. He composes himself, though, and leads me toward the other end of the lot. I follow him, watching him walk in the heavy black boots stomping on the ground, until we reach. This looks like a bad idea. I look at his bike like it might eat me. One of those big chrome and black Harleys that belong in movies, not in real life. He just grins at me like he suspected it, and I wonder if he saw this coming all along.
It's not so bad. The drive is short. Oh, I'm Logan, by the way.
He reaches around the bike, and I realize we completely missed that part. I shake it. The rough, calloused heat of his hand lingers on mine long after he lets me go. Chantal, nice to meet you, I say back. The maneuvering to the bike is short-lived. I don't have much choice. I'm running out of cash to give to cabs, and I don't even know where to go yet. I need a place to rest my head. This strange man, Logan, with his fictional-looking bike, can probably do that. It's enough to stop my roaming thoughts about my dad, about how much this really hurts. Even more so is getting on the bike, near him. I forget that he is a stranger after he puts my helmet on for me, and I climb on after him. I have to spread my legs around him, there is no other way, and hike my dress up a bit too. The sun and wind hit my legs at the same time, causing a flurry of heat that is still less than my body hitting Logan's, where I have to press up close to him. I wrap my arms around him and feel secure.
You ready?
He asks me. And though I have no idea where I am going, what I will be doing tomorrow, I'm with him right now, and it comes easy. Yeah, I'm ready.
Chapter 3. Logan. I drive down this road damn near every day, but it feels completely different right now. It is like I don't recognize the winding turns and purr of the bike at all. Not with who is on it with me right now. Chantal. I think her name over and over as I continue down the road. This town that knows almost everyone in it is probably as shocked as me to see her here. She doesn't look the part, that much was established. With her bright yellow, expensive-looking dress, the rest of her looks expensive too. High maintenance is the only thing that comes to mind, only she didn't seem that way. Minus the yelling in the middle of a crowded bank, she's completely normal to me. Something has gone wrong, obviously, but I'm inclined to know what. Instead of just brushing her off like I might have,
I realize it might be because she reminds me of Chelsea, my ex. We met in college. She was one of the people with seemingly no worries, especially related to money. We're complete opposites. So, I don't know why I'm putting myself through this again, but I guess this might be my type. A consequential, unfortunate type. Once again, I hit the compound of the club. I feel the eyes on us already. I pass Darius in the garage, see Kit's bike parked to the side of the main entrance, and I already know I'm in for it. At least Rafe isn't here. He would definitely get a kick out of this bundle of sunshine perched on the back of my bike. I almost don't want to stop, because once I do, she won't have her arms and legs wrapped around me anymore. Through the thick material of my jeans, I can imagine how soft her legs are, how full her thighs are. And her arms wrapped around the leather of my cut, hands clenched right against my abs. I stop the bike anyway, and as suspected, she unlinks herself from me as fast as possible. What is this place? Her soft voice cuts the sounds rolling out of the club, the cars passing us. The club is located off the highway, right under the route circle, so anyone coming or going can see it. It's really a way that we can mark our turf to outside clubs, but it is mostly a tourist attraction to anyone else. I get off the bike, turn and look at Chantal under the bright air of the sun. Her soft face is contorted in confusion, eyes wide like she thinks she made the wrong choice. Don't worry, this isn't where I kill you. I chuckle, but it only makes her audibly gasp and further widen her eyes, so I stop laughing. This is the place I go when I want to scream in the middle of a bank, when my life is falling apart. Am I close to what you're going through? I gravitate towards her and find myself staring right down into her eyes, close enough to smell her sweet scent, like a medley of berries and literal sunshine. I lose myself in the moment, just for a second, and I reach out for her only to brush against her fingertips with mine. She doesn't move away. Not right away, at least, but she comes pretty close to doing it. So I do it first. I forget she is a complete stranger a bit too easily. Yeah, pretty close. She exhales, and her shoulders visibly soften. I look away from the blue expanse of her eyes and feel a part of me soften up too. Good then. The guys here are pretty nice, just ignore the weird looks, they don't mean any harm. But I put my arm around her shoulders and show her. I'm going to walk in with you like this, okay? She swallows, her fingers fumbling the band of her helmet until she gets it off. Is this a motorcycle club, like in the movies? She hands me her helmet and I stow it away, noticing about 50 bikes parked all around the place that probably clued her in. Something like that. I start walking, and as I told her, I have my arm around her shoulders. It's not like all the guys are bad people, but pretty women can make men crazy. It shouldn't, but it does. Especially testosterone-filled places like this, long and boring days sometimes without any club action. That's how it is around here. Even me on the exec board, I spent the day balancing the books and going to the bank. Chantal is all the action I've had all week. As soon as I walk inside, the noises stop for about 3 seconds before going on. A few guys at the pool table, more at the dartboard and shuffleboard, 2 at the bar. Spencer is at the bar cutting lemons, and I'm surprised to see Janine here too. I forgot, it's the start of the summer and she's in town. "What's up, Spin and guest?" Spencer shouts to us as we walk in. I glance down at Chantal, who is pressed up against my side up until I let her go, take a seat at the bar with her. "This is Chantal," I tell him, ignoring the side eye he gives me. She greets him and they forego shaking hands from the lemons all over his. "You went to the bank and came back with an unusual withdrawal. Forgive me for staring," Spencer laughs. I can't take his jokes most of his time, but this is a funny one and very true. Even Chantal giggles. "Right. Get my friend here a drink. She needs it," I tell Spencer. "What do you like?" I ask Chantal, looking down at her. "Anything."
She purses her lips for a second and then relaxes them. I smirk at her and look away quickly so it isn't obvious. You don't usually day drink, do you? I turn and ask her when Spencer walks away. She shakes her head, no. Her legs are crossed, and the tan looks even better under the dim lights, like it's fresh. I don't come around that type of pampering here, so it's clear that it isn't natural, but on her, it seems to look that way. My eyes trail down her exposed skin, the swell of her breasts in the dress she has on, and I notice the little shiver she has too, and remember it's pretty cold in here unless it's packed. You cold? I start shrugging my jacket off before she even answers, which is just a half nod.
Thank you, she says.
Janine comes up to us from around the bar. Hey, I didn't know you were coming in. I hug her briefly. College looks good on you, I tell her when she pulls away. She grins at me, looking a lot like her dad in that moment. Well, my dad isn't around to make an announcement, but here I am. She laughs. I nod once. This is Chantal, a friend of mine, I say. It's a lot easier than explaining how she made a scene at the bank, and I felt inherently bad for her for some reason. Hi, I'm Janine. They shake hands, and it's the first time I have seen Chantal actually smile.
Nice to meet you.
I watch Chantal and her interact and realize she isn't shy, but it's just me that she is cautious around. Which makes sense. I'm a strange guy to her. Women link up easier. I'm like an outcast around here. It's nice to see a new face. Are you here for long? Janine asks her. And even I don't know the answer to that. I don't think that Chantal does either.
I'm not sure yet.
And you're not an outcast, since Tank isn't around anymore, I say to Janine. She just rolls her eyes at me and shrugs. Whatever, Spin. I'm on my way out. Nice to meet you, though. She walks out, and my eyes lock with Chantal's for a second as I turn back around. Spencer drops a fruity-looking drink in front of her and my choice of beer.
Thank you.
She takes a small sip that turns into a bigger one. It's good, she says as if in shock. Yeah, my girlfriend's favorite drink. Never fails, Spencer replies with a grin. I glance at him, and he has questions in his eyes, but I ignore him. Everyone around here has stopped treating him like just a prospect. He's one of us now. But I don't even know this well enough to explain it to anyone besides myself, even that it is a hit or miss. He walks off to the other end of the bar, though, and I'm more or less alone with her for the time being. I take a few swigs of my beer and calm myself first. So, I take it you're not from around here. I half turn on the seat so I can face her. My jacket swallows up her small frame. The blonde locks of her hair fall in loose waves over the black leather. I draw my eyes back up to her face and look in her soft, blue eyes. She looks lost, but not in the real sense. I wish I knew why I wanted to know so badly. She stares back at me, but then blinks away the heated gaze we were in.
No, I'm not. I didn't plan on coming here until today, actually. Or this morning, rather.
She pushes away her empty glass. I guess she needed the alcohol more than I thought. You don't look like you planned for a road trip anyway. I chuckle. She half smiles, but it's short-lived.
No, I hadn't. I've never even heard of this place before.
Yikes. I didn't know we were so microscopic.
I mean, it's just a small town, I guess.
She drops her shoulders, turned to face me fully now. I lean my arm on the bar and press forward, but not all that much. Yeah, we are. You from somewhere south? You've got a cute accent, you know, I tell her. I hadn't meant to actually say cute out loud, but there is nothing I can do about it now. Her cheeks heat up at the suggestion. I see the blush form on the high part under the gloss of her makeup. It reminds me of the sparkly shit Chelsea used to wear. It would get all over my clothes every time she wore it.
I'm from Texas originally, but my dad moved us to Iowa after a few years ago.
She stops from saying something else, and I wonder why, but don't add to it. So your dad, does he know you're traipsing across town and shouting in banks? I ask, smiling softly. She looks at me and stares hard against my eyes, not quite looking at me. She clears her throat. Not exactly. Well, he does, but he doesn't care. I don't really want to talk about it, she says. I nod in understanding and leave the topic alone. Too heavy for a first conversation, I assume. But it is easy enough to tell that she doesn't get along with her dad, clearly. For some reason, that makes her tense up like this. So, I assume you don't have a place to go, considering your bank account is empty and you don't have a luggage. I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but... Why did you help me? She interjects. What? I ask. Why are you doing this? Taking me here, asking all these questions. I mean, what's in it for you? She blinks, but her expression holds firm, and I realize she has a different side to her besides the lost and impressionable look. She has me buckled over in a heartbeat. Nothing. I don't want something in return, if that's what you think. I can't just be a nice guy? I laugh once and lean back in the seat. Her gaze shifts over me, as if saying my appearance suggests otherwise. I mean, it probably does. Nice guys don't really exist in my world, she murmurs. Oh, well, small-town mentality, I guess. And I felt bad for you. But I'm still a man after all. You're easy on the eyes, and you don't look like you belong here, so it wouldn't sit well with me if I just left you alone, I explain. I tried to tell her she's damn beautiful without creeping her out, making her run away. Nowhere she can really go, but that's beside the point. I guess I should be grateful then. But you don't have to. I can figure something out. Something that's free? I chuckle. She smiles halfway, and I enjoy seeing it, the way it lights up her eyes a little bit. I guess not. But you're still a stranger. I mean, I don't know anything about you, except your weird nickname in this place. She looks around to prove her point, and I guess the town bar and motorcycle look aren't very welcoming, but at the same time, it feels like home for me. Not that I want it to be for her too, but like I said, if she was just out there alone and screaming at people again, I would be worried. I wouldn't be able to shake the feeling of her being in trouble. It's not my job to save her, to help her, but I've made it out to be that way. Okay, you want to get to know me? Ask me whatever you want. I'm an open book. I wave my hand in invitation, and she smirks. It's a nice look on her and brings out the cute dimple in her left cheek. I lick my lips and force myself to focus without looking creepy. I see it in her when she gives up the cautious tirade. Maybe she just finds it easy to be comfortable around me, too. Her eyes soften as she looks at me and leans back in her seat with her legs crossed, almost brushing mine. All I want to do is slide my hand up that smooth skin of hers, but I refrain, stuffing my hands in my pockets instead. Sitting here, talking to her, it's putting a bunch of ideas in my head, and hoping that maybe she has some of the same ones. Why do they call you Spin? Chapter 4. Chantal. I can feel every inch of his body against mine, and I don't even know him. This Logan guy is nothing like what I'm used to. He's not in a $3,000 suit. His voice doesn't sound coached and laced with arrogance, the bad kind. He is a bit cocky, maybe self-assured, but with a face and body like this bike, I can allow it. As much as my thighs love the contrast of his muscled ones against them, my breasts against hard muscles on his back, and my hands on the hardest pair of abs that have ever existed, it feels too familiar. It hasn't even been an hour since I have met him, and yet I don't want to move from this position. I feel safe. I feel like all the bad shit happening has just gone away. Until we pull up to a place I have never seen anything like before, laced with bikes and danger. I feel it as soon as he slows to a stop. My eyes were closed the whole way. All I could feel were the shifts in the road and the way his body tensed at every turn.
his muscles coiling, his breath shifting higher. Mine would match any time it did, and the only thing keeping me from freaking out about this whole situation is imagining myself with him, no clothing in the way and pressed up against him. It is not the best thing to be doing with a stranger, but he doesn't feel like that. Not completely, anyway. Maybe it is just because he is being nice, and people don't really do things for me unless they are my father's paid help. I suspect a proposition might be coming, but he doesn't give off that vibe either. I don't know what to do except sit against him and imagine whatever it is that I want. We come to a complete stop and my thighs are sore as I climb off the bike. I hadn't realized how much it took out of me to hang on. Very tightly, I might add. The sun beats down on us and I glanced around at the whole compound. One main building of old faded red brick, and another farther off with an open garage and a few bikes and old truck inside. I guess like a mechanic's place. It's the one other guy in the garage that makes me think this is not one of those creepy places. But I don't know. The whole leather jacket and bike thing make it seem like a cult. With the amount of TV I watch, too, I think of those small-town bike clubs where men hang around and drink all day. I can only hope this isn't it. "Don't worry, this isn't where I kill you," Logan says in his deep voice, coupled with a chuckle. He must have seen all the apprehension in my face as I look around. I'm standing by his bike and feel the heat of the dead exhaust on my legs. I feel like it is melting my tan away. I know that's kind of ridiculous, but it feels that way. The helmet on my head is heavy, but it's like my fingers don't work when I try to move them. "This is the place I go when I want to scream in the middle of a bank, when my life is falling apart. Am I close to what you're going through?" His face curls up in a smirk. His lips are full and soft pink. My vapid friends would call them kissable, and they very much are. What I barely notice is how close he comes when he takes a few steps. But I do notice when his fingertips brush mine. They're rough and far from soft, yet they feel like feathers on me. And warm, almost too hot. I pull my hand away and freeze up looking in his eyes, but then my body just relaxes at him being spot on. Yeah, pretty close. I release a heavy breath. My chest stops constricting and each breath comes easier. This stops feeling like a strange place and more one I have never been before but want to see. "Well, good then. The guys here are pretty nice. Just ignore the weird looks. They don't mean any harm, but—" He pauses, and all my easy breaths are gone, replaced by tight ones that hit the width of his arm over my shoulders, weighing me down. "I'm going to walk in with you like this, okay?" My breath hitches, and I glance up my lashes at him. He has the same dazed look on his face, looking down at me. Not quite looking down my dress, but almost like he wants to. And it heats me up inside to the point where all I can do is agree. Once I nod, his arm leaves me, and I fiddle with the helmet until I get it off. "Is this a motorcycle club, like in the movies?" I ask him. He stows the helmet away and turns back to me. "Something like that." There is a lace of humor in his voice, but not like he is joking. More like he is trying to downplay the whole thing. If it is one of those clubs, I can only imagine what waits on the other side of the door. Him walking in with his arm around me makes sense now. They can be territorial, possessive. And if a woman seems off limits, they can try and hit on her too. I thought that would only be at night. It probably is, but I don't want to remind him of that as we walk in. He lays his arm across my shoulders again, and my body heaps up the same time it relaxes. The left side of me brushes against him as he walks. He is definitely built well and capable. Nothing like the mushy, only run on the golf course type of guys I'm used to. And it feels good. Inside, there are a few guys scattered in the place, a pool table area and dartboard. It looks like a nice hangout spot. They all have the same hard looks on their faces, the tattoos, too. I don't know if Logan has them with his long sleeves on, but I suspect he might. This close to him, I can inhale the scent that's been swarming around me, and I haven't been able to stop. Sharp cologne like sandalwood, and the raw nature of trees and wind brushing across him. It is almost comforting. Logan starts leading us over to the bar area, where a younger guy, more around my age, is cutting lemons. The soft rock music playing is nothing I've heard before either. "What's up, Spin and guest?" the young guy says. Logan glances down at me before we separate and take a seat at the bar. The high wooden chairs are cold against my bare skin. I cross my legs and fight the chill. The air conditioning here is pretty brutal, too. "This is Chantal," Logan says. "You went to the bank and came back with an unusual withdrawal. Forgive me for staring," the guy says, and I even laugh a bit, too. I don't think he told me his name, or maybe I wasn't listening in the first place. "Right. Get my friend here a drink. She needs it," Logan says. "What do you like?" he asks me. "Anything," I say without thinking. "What I like is an amaretto sour, but I don't see any here. It seems like a beer and vodka type of place." He smirks, and it's the sexiest one I have ever seen before he looks away. It becomes obvious that he isn't trying to scare me away or be too forward. He's a gentleman. I realize that's what makes all this so easy for me. "You don't usually day drink, do you?" Logan turns to me in the seat. It creaks like my heartbeat, and I blink up at him. I shake my head quickly. No. At least, I don't think day drinking includes mimosas. Maybe. Otherwise, I definitely don't. Not like this. And I never needed to until today. "You cold?" Logan notices the next shiver I make. I don't want to seem high maintenance. He is already being so nice to me. But he is observant, and I can't change that. He shrugs off his jacket and lays it across my shoulders. His scent swarms me, and I have to actively try not to inhale it too obviously. The leather is heavy, thick. I am warm immediately. "Thank you," I breathe. A young woman about my age comes striding across the bar at Logan. I don't even have the thought that she is an ex or something like that. The way she smiles at him like he is family. It reminds me of how I am with my uncle. I think of calling him for help, but don't want to make this a family affair. Anyway, she has pretty brown curly hair and a perky appearance. I think she is here with the other guy. "Hey, I didn't know you were coming in." Logan turns and laughs, hugging her. "College looks good on you," he adds. I watch as they interact, and I don't feel like an outsider at all. "Well, my dad isn't around to make an announcement, but here I am." Her laugh is soft, a bit more than a giggle. I don't know why that statement reminds me of my own father. Logan adds, "This is Chantal, a friend of mine," he says. It rolls off his tongue like it's easy to say, like we've been friends for years. "Hi, I'm Janine." I shake her hand and smile. Something about the honesty in her eyes makes me smile more than I even smile with my friends. "Nice to meet you," I tell her. "I'm like an outcast around here. It's nice to see a new face. Are you here for long?" She asks me, and I start to reply before I think. I almost want to say absolutely not, but that would be a lie. I'm not sure yet. I find that an easier response. "And you're not an outcast since Tank isn't around anymore," Logan adds, and I guess it's another one of the weird nicknames they have. "Whatever, Spin. I'm on my way out. Nice to meet you, though," she says. I wonder what the hell that means, Spin. Why would they call him that? He doesn't seem like a hockey player or something that involves spinning. Soon after, the bartender hands me a pink, fruity-looking drink and a beer to Logan. I smell the sweetness of it immediately and take a cautious sip to test it out and find that it's actually good. Thank you, it's good, I tell him.
My girlfriend's favorite drink never fails.
He smiles, and it is a dazzling one. His tattoos spread down one arm, and I wonder if they all look like this. Logan has tattoos too, but I can't get a good look without turning and facing him. I don't want to make it obvious that I am checking him out, but I want to. My side glimpse tells me that they are all in faded black, some light and some dark, and they travel down both his arms up until his wrists, along with veins and dark hair, lightly speckled in the perfect amount. I didn't know body hair could be such a turn-on, but it makes him seem more manly, more capable.
So I take it you're not from around here?
Logan waits until I've had a drink, half of it actually. It worked, though, at helping me relax. No, I'm not. I didn't plan on coming here until today, actually. Or this morning, rather. I push away the glass and swallow the heavy feeling. I woke up this morning leading a completely different life. It is crazy how things can change that fast.
You don't look like you planned for a road trip anyway.
He chuckles, and the ease of it makes me smile a little bit, too. No, I hadn't. I've never even heard of this place before, I say honestly. When I loaded the bus, the town next to the bigger city didn't even appear. It was just close enough that I could take a bus. I've been here before, but I knew the name.
Yikes, I didn't know we were so microscopic.
His tone turns playful, and I smile quickly. I mean, it's just a small town, I guess, I stutter. I didn't want to insult his home. This is where he lives, after all. And he seems to like it here. It might even be growing on me, but that's just because I didn't have much choice.
Yeah, we are. You from somewhere south? You've got a cute accent, you know.
He says, yet all I register is him telling me I have a cute accent. My Texas debutante balls and pageants made it the norm for me. In fact, I was told to elongate it even more, and I was a runner-up for Miss Teen USA. But that was so long ago I barely remember it. The staging and the prodding. Down here, though, they always recognized me, even at college. I'm from Texas originally, but my dad moved us to Iowa after a few years ago. I lie. Iowa was temporary, but I don't need to tell this stranger everything. Except he feels less like a stranger at every turn, more like I know him, like I could know him. I take a deep breath and try not to stare at him, but it's hard. He is damned hot. Not just handsome or even sexy, but smoking hot. His jawline and full pink lips, the square shape of his jaw and light air of his green eyes contrasting his dark brown hair. That and the tattoos, the firm muscles. He isn't too beefy, but enough that he works out and does more than rowing or golfing, like he could lift me up and never grow tired.
So your dad, does he know you're traipsing across town and shouting in banks?
His soft smile makes that easier to stomach. The truth, I mean. I clear the sadness from my throat. Not exactly. Well, he does, but he doesn't care. I don't really want to talk about it, I tell him.
He gives a short, understanding nod, and his smirk going sideways as he looks at me.
I felt his eyes all over my body, and I just want the real thing.
So, I assume you don't have a place to go, considering your bank account is empty and you don't have luggage. I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but...
He starts to assume, even though he doesn't want to. It would be too embarrassing to say I am a spoiled brat who wouldn't give in to her father's ultimatums, wouldn't give in to his demands and ran away instead, Way too embarrassing. Why did you help me? I turn the questions on him instead. He has shifted closer to me on the seat. His legs are spread, but his hands are in his pockets, drawing attention to a prominent part of him, like he knows it to. He isn't using it against me, though. He isn't being forward with it. What? He laughs once. Why are you doing this, taking me here, asking all these questions? I mean, what's in it for you? I blink innocently at him, but I know what I am doing. I went to business school, but I grew up with the best businessmen of all. Catch them off guard, give them something to fight against, and then they'll catch themselves in a lie. Nothing? I don't want something in return, if that's what you think. I can't just be a nice guy? His laugh is short-lived and isn't meant to be mocking at all. I actually believe him. He would have propositioned me by now if that was what he was after. Nice guys don't really exist in my world, I murmur. That's when I notice what all the apprehension was about. It would happen in college. Guys in class would offer notes and to be a study partner, but show up with condoms sticking out of their wallet, try and talk me into dinner. It really isn't fair, but Logan, maybe because he is older, has more self-control than that. Oh, well, small-town mentality, I guess. And I felt bad for you. But I'm still a man, after all. You're easy on the eyes, and you don't look like you belong here. So it wouldn't sit well with me if I just left you alone, he adds. He really is a nice guy. That much becomes aware to me. I guess I should be grateful then, but you don't have to. I can figure something out, I say, even though I am not so convinced of that myself. Something that's free? He chuckles. It makes me smile a bit, and I relax even more. I guess not, but you're still a stranger. I mean, I don't know anything about you, except your weird nickname and this place. I make a show of looking around the inside of the place. It looks like someone changed their mind when they were halfway through building it. Okay, you want to get to know me? Ask me whatever you want. I'm an open book. He waves his hand toward me, his large hand that I can still feel the heat of on me. I want to feel it again, but I am in no position to ask for it. I don't want to blur the lines here. I should just accept his help and leave it at that, until I find another place to land. But the way he looks at me, the way I know I am looking at him, I do want to know. Why do they call you Spin? It's the first question that comes to mind, to which he laughs a bit and looks away. He licks his lips and then stares forward to me again. Believe it or not, that's the hardest question you could ask me. The worst one. He grins. I sigh and cross my arms like I cross my legs. So it isn't a surname, I conclude? He shakes his head. Newman is my last name. Is yours Hilton? He chuckles. No, why would you think that? I giggle. He makes a small show of surveying me. Come on, I can't look that. High maintenance? Prissy? I mean, only before I actually started talking to you. The way you were yelling at that teller in the bank. Did you know how you stomped your foot? He laughs. I stare, mortified, my face heating. Oh, my God. No, I didn't know. I shrug my shoulders and take a deep breath. I don't know why I feel like I have to redeem myself to him, but I want to. I woke up this morning ready to have breakfast with my dad. I'd just got my degree, and he hadn't even come to my graduation. He's a busy guy, that's what he would always say, and he is. Busy, powerful, rich. He wanted to control my life. I didn't want to be left like everyone else I grew up around, so I just left. I exhale and feel a little better. It isn't even the whole story, but it puts me at ease a little bit. He nods slowly and smiles a bit. So you ran away from the endless pile of cash. Look, Princess, I'm not passing judgment at all, but not everyone is as nice as me. You could have ended up in real trouble. Stranded out here, no cash, he says, and he is completely right. I already knew by the creases around his eyes and lips that he could be older, but he reminds me of my uncle for a small second, until I remember how attracted I am to him. I didn't think he would work so fast at cutting me off, I sigh. My debit card, even the family trust, I don't know what else. Well, what does he not have control over? He asks. My period, I say before thinking, and he laughs aloud, throwing his head back. I giggle softly, but it sucks because it's true. Even the cash or card I would use to pay for birth control is under his control. I'm really in for it. But you went to college. You can find a job pretty fast. What did you study? He asks. A business. I want to open my own bakery one day, but that's... My dad was going to help fund the opening. It's why I stuck around so long, I think. I should have known he only did that to string me along, until he could trap me in the family business, but now I do. Damn. I wish I could say you aren't out of luck, but you are. Lucky for you, I'm around. He stretches his hand out and grins. I get lost in the gaze of his eyes as I smile, finding it easier to talk to him. And you often pick up strays? Do you get off on that or something? That makes him laugh like I had told a joke again. No, Chantal. He leans forward. I'm not getting off on this. Me, thinking you're as beautiful and bright as the sun, has nothing to do with trying to help you out. Like I said, Princess, I'm just a decent guy. He leans in closer until I feel the heat of his breath, and am close enough to reach out and kiss him if I wanted to. So if I leave right now, you won't follow me? Yes, I will, because you have no idea where you're going, he answers quickly. I blink rapidly. Oh, right. I think over him calling me princess and beautiful, but push it away before I get stuck on it too long. Men don't say that to me, not in that way. They'll say I'm hot or sexy, but it's not the same. Beautiful makes me feel like, well, I don't even know. I just need to find a place to lay low for a while, start over in this town, I say. It has grown on me just a little bit, and it isn't Logan that makes me want to stay. Okay, what do you need first? Phone? Cash? I can't take your money. I dig in my purse for my phone instead. Well, how nice of you. People before you haven't been so kind. He trails off, and I am uncertain why, but I don't ask. I take out my phone, and the screen is black. I press the home and lock button over and over, but nothing happens. The logo comes up as it turns on, then it shuts off again. Oh, shit, I mutter. My eyes prick with those useless tears again because I am frustrated and quickly learning how little my dad cares about me. Yikes, he's got your phone, too? Logan leans in, looking over me. Yeah, I set it on the counter and sigh, but luckily I remember the extension from my uncle's office number. He's my only shot now. You can stay with me for a while, Princess. I know I'm a complete stranger, but I've got a nice place. You may never even see me, he suggests. I shake my head. No, I can't do that, and not because I can't stop thinking about you naked, I say to myself. I just can't impose on you like that. My uncle might be able to help me. Well, hopefully he's a maternal uncle. I giggle. Yeah, he's my mom's brother. Can I borrow your phone? Sure. He stands up and digs in his pocket. I gotta go take a leak. He strides off toward the back of the bar, and I watch the tight mound of his ass in those jeans when he does. Oh, my God, I breathe to myself. Even without him sitting next to me, I don't feel unsafe in here. Maybe the other guys have already deduced that we are together. I dial Uncle Ethan's number and wait. He is a doctor, so he may not even answer the phone. Both my parents came from families with old money. That's why there is so much of it to go around. But even after Mom passed, Dad still controls the trust she left me, so I can't win either way. The brief call with Uncle Ethan is full of his shock and anger. and I beg him not to make a big deal of it. He always hated my dad, but he never knew about the line of connection I have with my uncle. It isn't always money that could matter the least, but right now it is my only way out of this mess.
Good to go?
Logan creeps up on me, and I jolt in shock. He chuckles and lays a hand on my shoulder, laughing at me. Sorry, I just need to find a place for tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to look for a permanent place, and a job, too, I say, smiling a bit. I feel better, even though it isn't much. But it is just because I don't feel alone anymore.
Well, sounds good to me. The motels around here will probably give you cancer, but we've got a room in the back. It's actually a little apartment you could use.
My eyes widen. Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you. He shrugs, leaning against the bar top.
A little bit. I can get you a change of clothes. Janine wouldn't mind. Then I'll swing back around and take you out to dinner,
he says, so surely, like I already agreed. You don't have to take me on a date. I mean, I won't go on a date with you just because you did all this. I lick my lips and swallow. He grins and softens his eyes, leaning closer.
I told you, Princess, I don't want anything like that. It's not a date. It's me wanting to spend some time with you,
he says. And while all this is happening so fast, my emotions are so messed up, only one thing is clear. I want to spend time with him, too.
Chapter 5. Logan.
Okay, dinner sounds nice.
I have to check and make sure I heard her correctly, because at first I didn't expect her to agree. Chantal is being very apprehensive, which I understand. This kind of thing has probably never happened to her before, and I wouldn't be too keen on relying on a complete stranger either. Then again, I'm a guy, and I don't get myself in compromising positions very often. Great, you ready to go? I ask her. She blinks away a look I couldn't place as she stands from the bar stool.
Yeah, let me just freshen up first.
She shrugs my jacket off her shoulders and hands it back to me. My hand closes around the thick leather as my gaze falls to her bare shoulders in perfect, "I'll be here." I keep myself from going too far down a road I won't be able to get out of. She walks off in the direction of the bathroom, and I wait for her, putting my jacket back on. One of the other guys here, a longtime member, had waited until I was alone to greet me, which I suspected. Darius is probably still outside, and I have no idea where Kit is. If I remember correctly, Rafe is probably out with Paige somewhere. In the few months they've been together, he spends less time at the club, which is good. He needed to get a life outside of here sooner or later. I don't think I can again, not after Chelsea. The problem was I didn't have one outside of the club even with her. Maybe she got bored of being alone. Either way, she could have broken up with me before getting under someone else. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to go after him when I found out who it was. Just a coworker of hers. Now I don't know what she does with her life anymore, if she even still lives here, and it's better that way. Every time Chantal asks me why I want to help her, I draw a blank because the only logical explanation is that she reminds me of my ex. Which is a shitty one, but it isn't in all the same ways. It's in a better way, one that I haven't quite figured out yet.
Logan?
Her soft voice comes from around me, and I look up from the old dirty ground, not realizing I had zoned out a bit. Sorry, let's get out of here. I walk us forward, my jacket brushing the ends of her arms. She seems to have taken some of her makeup off, redone her lip gloss. She looks better this way, more natural. But I only realize that she has more natural beauty than I've ever seen on a woman before. It's tantalizing. Her smile is big and bright. Her eyes soft around the edges and lips soft, full, with no filler at all. I don't know why I can tell that. I shouldn't be able to, but on her, I only start to see what can be real in people. I drive faster to where we are going because I'm eager to sit down with her and just talk. The parking lot is half full since it's just past an acceptable dinner time. So I park in front of the entrance and immediately miss the feeling of her against me. I haven't had a woman on my bike in a long time. I don't let just anyone on it. It's an indescribable feeling. Hope you like pizza. I smile down at Chantal. She wobbles off my bike and clips the helmet off. I take it and stow it away. I actually haven't had it in a long time, she murmurs. I chuckle. Why? I step forward on the brick pavement to the inside of the place. When we walk in, I'm hit with the dough and tomato sauce smell. The place is a traditional Italian pizza restaurant, with red checkered tablecloths and a jukebox. Since I grew up here, I came around a lot as a kid and through high school, even when I went to state school. Because pizza isn't all that healthy, she answers me. And while that would sound vapid on anyone else, she says it like she doesn't believe it but was led to. Well, I have it at least once a week, sometimes twice. I laugh. It's open seating, so I pick us a booth and sit there. She slides in and sits straight up, leaned against the red back of the booth. Her eyes survey me before focusing on my face. As I'm taking off my jacket, I give her a funny look. How do you look like that, then? She giggles once. I lick my lips and shrug. Fast metabolism. How's pepperoni sound? I stand up so I can go order. Oh, that's perfect. She nods with a smile. I grin at her and stride off to the counter. I've seen the girl that works here before. She is definitely younger than me, but never ceases to try her hand at flirting. And I'm not saying I enjoy it or anything, but I try and attribute it to the bike and leather jacket thing. Otherwise, I'm not all that interesting. An MC is the last place I should be, but it works for some reason. After I order, I sit back down with our drinks. Beer for me and lemonade for her. Do you always drink beer? She frowns at the bottle, and I laugh. Most of the time. Are you going to give me a health evaluation about it? I grin at her. Her blue eyes light up with her smile. She twists her lips and shakes her head at me. No, I'm just saying. Besides, what I've been told was just for fitting in society-worthy dresses, she giggles. I lean on my arms to get a little closer to her. And that would be... She sighs. My father is a very successful businessman. In holdings, I had a life full of charity events and dinners. I hated it, but if it meant pleasing him, I decided to just keep doing it. I thought he might change one day. Her eyes turn sad, and I feel for her, but I don't know what I might be able to tell her. What about your mom? I ask, and her smile drops immediately before she forces it back. She died when I was younger. I wish I could say it made him different, but he was the same way before. She was just there as a buffer. She shrugs and sips some of her lemonade. Looking at her in the fine fabric of her dress reminds me to text Janine about those clothes, and so I do. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been hard. College was a little better, but as long as he was paying for my life, it would never be my own. And so you're here, I grin. She smiles and nods. Yeah. Have you always lived here? She asks. I set my phone down and focus on her. Yep, my mom taught high school here and my dad is an accountant. She smiles. Well, that sounds incredibly normal. You don't seem that way. Her gaze turns apprehensive. I don't? Well, I am. Don't let the MC fool you. Most of the time we are just a bunch of guys on bikes. I lie. Well, halfway. That is true for most of the time. Others were owning our turf and doing not-so-legal things. I spent the morning tabulating cash from a drug run and gun transport combined. None of us carry, but there is a lot of money to be made in protecting the people that do. Okay, are they still around? Sort of. They travel a lot, but they visit sometimes. It might be too awkward to say I live in their house. It's technically mine since I pay for the mortgage, but I still grew up in it. And you joined the MC after college. Her eyes widen and I laugh before she covers it up. No, it's okay. Most people have the same reaction. We are interrupted by the pizza coming, the smell reminding me how hungry I am, and we pause to get a few bites in. She even eats like she was coached on it, the same way her posture is too perfect, the way she walks and talks. I honestly feel like I am talking to a princess. The pet name comes naturally. I studied finance, always had a thing for numbers. Chantal dabs the corner of her mouth with her napkin and stares across the table at me. So, you're smart. Don't sound so surprised, I chuckle. She flusters and tries to correct herself. No, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, Well, you seem smart too, anyway. So do you, I smile at her. After another slice each, the pizza is half gone, and I don't really want to pig out in front of her. And she doesn't seem keen on eating too much either. But at least she didn't try and order a salad instead. I used to think so, but I also hopped on a bus and came to an unknown place with absolutely no plan behind it. And now I have maybe $2,000 from my uncle to last until I'm on my feet again. Not so smart. I laugh at her, but not in the sense that's at her amusement. She laughs too, and I find it endearing. Most of what she does is endearing. Well, it brought you to me, and I'm pretty smart if I say so myself. Plus, I know how to make a budget. I grab a napkin and the signing pen from the bill. Leaning over the table, I push the plates out of the way, and she leans over too. I get distracted by her leaning close and pressing her cleavage against her dress, but I digress. So, you've got $2,000. Around here it could last you a while, maybe 4 months. That is, if you crash at the club for a bit. It's fairly safe, right? Yep, I nod and cross out a number, start with another one. So you only have to worry about getting some clothes. You can get around without a car, and then you just need miscellaneous stuff. You know where you want to work yet? I'm not sure. She blinks. Well, either way, that leaves you with about a couple $100 a month until you get things going, I tell her. Wow, I don't think I've ever made a budget before. She eyes the pizza. Have you? I chuckle. No, I don't need one. I grin at her. The club leaves me with good money, and I don't have anyone else to worry about. At my age, that leaves for a lot of good spending potential. Okay, Mr. Prepared. She giggles at me. I get the sense she has a sense of humor. She is good at laughing at herself, and me too. I'd rather get a job related to business, but that might take a while, especially around here, she says. She goes on to tell me about studying the retail part of business, and so I suggest working at the shop. I don't tell her I own it, by technicality. Rafe owns the bar part of the club. I have the shop. Are you actually hiring or just doing me a favor? Her eyes narrow. Which would be worse? I lean in and grin at her. She holds a poker face before laughing once. Well, I don't know. I guess it sounds all right. She pauses and gives me a long look. My gaze drifts down to her lips, and I let them linger there for a while before I go back to looking in her eyes. Logan, why are you doing all this? Be honest with me, and even though you don't know me all that well. Because I don't know you that well either, and yet, I don't know. She blinks, trailing off. I stall in my breath and try to force myself to answer her, but I don't want to lie. The truth is that I don't really know either. Chapter 6. Chantal. I see my face in the mirror and nearly scream. I was walking around looking like this? I make quick work with one of my mini makeup wipes and put a little gloss on. Knowing Logan is waiting for me makes me a bit nervous, but more excited. It's nice talking to him. I don't feel judged or like I'm trying to prove something. These past few hours I have felt more like myself. So I walk back out with a pep in my step to meet him, furrowing his brow at the ground like he is thinking hard. This man is just so damned gorgeous it's hard to breathe, yet I feel light as air.
Even when we stop at a pizza shack, I don't think about the calories first, but instead being happy just to be around him. Logan is nice, funny, charming for sure. More genuine than the men I am used to. I can tell that he is older, but I just don't want to ask. He goes to order the pizza after teasing me and sets a mouth-watering lemonade in front of me. "Do you always drink beer?" I fake a frown at his bottle of beer and laugh once.
"Most of the time. Are you going to give me a health evaluation about it?"
His grin is equal parts distracting and warming. I purse up my lips as I swallow. He has taken his jacket off, and his black, inked arms contrast the red booth and tablecloth. The place looks so traditional, it's kind of endearing. This small town is growing on me already. "No, I'm just saying. Besides, what I've been told was just for fitting in society-worthy dresses." I half giggle, but it's true. Back home, I couldn't be caught dead eating pizza, even at college. I enjoy that type of food, but I was always afraid of liking it too much and eating my feelings away or something. With my luck, it would happen. But the place smells like delicious pizza dough, and I am already done for. He surprises me by leaning on his forearms to be closer to me on the table. I can inhale sharply and get his warm cologne scent. I want to feel it closer to me, like when I'm on his bike with him, but I can take this for now.
"And that would be?"
he speculates. I give up trying to dance around it and decide to go all in after a heavy sigh. My father is a very successful businessman, in holdings. I had a life full of charity events and dinners. I hated it, but if it meant pleasing him, I decided to just keep doing it. I thought he might change one day. I feel the sadness hit my eyes before I can stop it, but luckily he doesn't dwell on it or get weird. That's just how my life was, pleasing my father, playing the right role. I finally grew enough to realize I was being played.
"What about your mom?" he asked me.
"She died when I was younger. I wish I could say it made him different, but he was the same way before. She was just there as a buffer." My expression turns grave. He acknowledges me and then does some typing on his phone, I suspect texting someone, but then he turns his attention back to me.
"I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been hard."
His voice is like a comfort to me. He doesn't try to pry my feelings away or even tell me how to feel. Logan is one of the good guys. I can tell already. College was a little better, but as long as he was paying for my life, it would never be my own, I add.
"And so you're here."
His grin makes me smile. "Yeah. Have you always lived here?" I turn the conversation back on him so I can breathe easier. I didn't get all nervous saying that, but it is still pretty personal stuff, not something to outright disclose.
"Yep, my mom taught high school here, and my dad is an accountant," he answers.
I smile at that fact. Well, that sounds incredibly normal. You don't seem that way. I look him over. The whole dark hair and green eyes look is hard to get past, especially when it is connected to the bike and MC thing. Even still, his eyes are soft and welcoming. He doesn't seem like a bad guy at all.
"I don't? Well, I am. Don't let the MC fool you. Most of the time we are just a bunch of guys on bikes."
I am not fully convinced, but I don't want to pry. It's like I am hoping there is no reason for me to suspect him of anything bad. I can get past a lot of things, but I don't know if crime is one of them. Okay. Are they still around?" I ask him, not wanting to tread uncharted territory too fast.
"Sort of. They travel a lot, but they visit sometimes," he says, and
I understand him a bit easier, too. He seems like he has a happy home life, a normal one. You can tell when people grew up in less than ideal situations, and he has this well-rounded air to him. "And you joined the MC after—"
"College."
I am shocked at him saying that, but didn't want to make it obvious. From the look on his face, it seems like I already did. No, it's okay. Most people have the same reaction. He chuckles and shrugs it off. But it must suck when people assume you aren't smart or capable of something. People would do it to me, expecting me to have studied fashion or something, or not have gone to college at all. I studied finance, always had a thing for numbers, he explains, and somehow that makes him even more sexy to me. A smart guy, one that can do math in his head. I don't know why it sends me, it just does. We talk as I am eating, and I finish my last slice, dabbing the corner of my mouth. I'm glad I didn't mess up my lip gloss at all. So, you're smart, I giggle. Don't sound so surprised. His chuckle is short-lived as I try and correct myself. I need to stop sounding so accusatory. No, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, well, you seem smart too, anyway, I correct.
So do you.
His smile is warm. We both have another slice, and I am absolutely stuffed now. I used to think so, but I also hopped on a bus and came to an unknown place with absolutely no plan behind it. And now I have maybe $2,000 from my uncle to last until I'm on my feet again. Not so smart. He laughs at me, but not in a way that makes me feel dumb or feel dumber.
Well, it brought you to me, and I'm pretty smart if I say so myself. Plus, I know how to make a budget,
he says, and I don't know if he meant that we were meant to meet or something else, but I think it is too soon for that. Anyway, he grabs a napkin and pen and starts writing on the napkin. Even his handwriting is pretty.
So, you've got $2,000. Around here it could last you a while, maybe 4 months, that is, if you crash at the club for a bit, he says.
It's fairly safe, right? I check. Not that I think it is dangerous or anything, but it is a place full of men most of the time. He said it like it's his own apartment, but I'm still worried a little. It's an unknown place after all.
Yep. He starts over with a new base number. So you only have to worry about getting some clothes, you can get around without a car, and then you just need miscellaneous stuff. You know where you want to work yet? He asks me.
I'm not sure, I tense up. Getting the perfect job is going to have to wait until I can sleep regularly at night again.
Well, either way, that leaves you with a couple $100 a month until you get things going.
He sounds so assured saying it that I believe him right away. Wow, I don't think I've ever made a budget before. I look at the pizza like I am calculating the cost. Perhaps I am. Have you? He laughs.
No, I don't need one.
His grin makes me feel like he has a little secret, but I don't ask. Well, okay, Mr. Prepared, I cackle at him. I like using my sense of humor for something other than buffering someone else's bad joke or lightening the mood, like my dad would make me do at his parties. I'd rather get a job related to business. But that might take a while, especially around here, I say. At least I can be somewhat practical. But when he suggests working at some T-shirt shop he knows about, I'm apprehensive. And not because it is a T-shirt shop, but because I feel like he has already pulled out the stops for me. He even bought the food without telling me, though I don't know what I would have paid with either. Are you actually hiring me or just doing me a favor? I ask him, just to make sure.
Which would be worse?
He leans in and evades the question. Well, I don't know. I guess it sounds all right. I lean forward and hold his gaze. He nods slowly, moistens his lips before his eyes draw down, and I know he is looking at mine. I know how he looks at me and how he acts around me. It isn't just to be nice, but I know now it isn't because he wants anything from me either. But he might want that down the line. It would be easier to know now, in case I have to push some feelings away. Logan, why are you doing all this? Be honest with me, even though you don't know me all that well. Because I don't know you that well either, and yet, I don't know. I thought I found the right words, but I apparently hadn't, because I feel like I sound crazy. Logan leans closer to the table. We are so close I could reach out and kiss him if I wanted to. If he wanted to. But we don't. And I realize how much I want to. The way his full lips look so kissable. How he is so easily debilitating. He takes a deep breath and looks me right in my eyes. Look, Princess, you seem great. But you're at a low point right now. I'm not going to add to your vulnerability or take advantage of it. Like I said, I think you're great. But I just want to help you out. We can be friends. Everyone needs a friend, right? He half smiles, and I don't believe him. Clearly, he believes it or wants to. But the way he is looking at me, it doesn't seem like just friends. Maybe it can be or should be right now. He gives my lips one last look and leans back in the seat. I do the same, feeling a little discouraged, but not wanting to press the issue at the same time. Well, okay, just friends. I reach out and shake his hand for good measure, and he chuckles once as his hand closes around mine. I pull it away as soon as possible. He offers to get me dessert, but I decline. Suddenly I want time to myself for a while. That's exactly what happens when I get on his bike and we go back to the club. The little apartment is off the back with its own key to get in. Sometimes the guys crash here, but he said they haven't done that in a while. So it's a little dusty, but once he leaves, I start cleaning things up and fluffing the sheets out. It is a little dingy, but I don't want to be the prim and proper complainer. I can do this for now. Logan comes back briefly with Janine and a bag of fresh clothes I can borrow. I'm really grateful for it, but I need to get my own first thing tomorrow. There are fresh sheets there, too, and after Logan leaves, I'm sad to find that they are his, because they smell like him, and it is disappointing, knowing that it won't be like that between us. It has only been a few hours, but that is all it takes. Logan did meet me at a vulnerable time, but I have a level head. He isn't taking advantage of me. If anything, it is me taking advantage of him. I shower, put one of the nightshirts on, and try to sleep, with Logan's scent all around me.
Chapter 7. Chantal. A few weeks later. I am fairly good at this. Anyone would be. But since this is the last thing I imagine myself doing, I have to take some credit for it. Of folding clothes, I mean. A lot of them, over and over. Mostly shirts and a few tank tops, but they are all pretty much the same thing. I've worked at the t-shirt shop for a few weeks now. In fact, today marks an entire 2 months since I have been here. In that time, I have grown familiar with the town, which isn't that hard. But I work here at the shop most of the time and busy myself with inventory and balancing the drawer, which Logan often helps with anyway. I made friends with Janine, too. She reminds me of the people I would have been friends with in college if I ran in the normal social circles. She's nice and very helpful, and I think I borrowed half her wardrobe until I built up my own. My dad hasn't called. I don't expect him to, since he cut off my phone and I had to get a burner. I talk to my uncle every few days, but I told him he doesn't have to send me any more money. I like doing this on my own. I have grown in this time, more than I have my whole life, and I guess I should thank my dad, even though it is horrible that he did this to me. I have kept my head up, though, and I tried to keep Logan at a distance, too. Except that's the hardest thing. He has been so nice to me, and yet he only wants to be friends. I don't know if it is because I'm young. I found out he is 31. Which isn't old, but considering the fact that I'm a fresh 22, kind of makes it out to be that way. Each time I see him, which is over a fast takeout dinner or a drink at the club, he only goes as far as to look at me, and that's it.
even when I wear more revealing clothes. I want him, and I suck at making that known. It has never been like this before, this adult. College boys are different, and they are just boys. Logan is a man. One that is on his way right now to pick me up and help me get moved into my new place. It's not that exciting, just a sublease studio nearby above a coffee shop.
Where's your brain off to?
Janine comes up behind me and takes me by surprise. I jump and grab at her shoulders. Jesus, don't do that, I laugh at her. I'm in the storage closet stacking a new shipment of shirts. The place does really well, especially since they started some social media. I took over that and post on Instagram and Facebook. It seemed to help. One of the many things I learned in undergrad that I get to use. It is just a stepping stone, but I actually like it here. As long as I work here, that is. Sorry, she giggles, and sits on the plastic tub in here, dressed like me in jeans and a t-shirt. I wore the tight orange one I have today, just to try and drive Logan crazy. But I don't seem to have luck in that department. Ugh, I was just thinking about moving in. It's not like I have a bunch of furniture, but... Well, Logan is helping you, though, right? She makes that face I'm familiar with now, the prying one. Meddling, even. I shake my head at her. Yeah, he is, but he only wants to be friends. I don't want to force him. I shrug and stack another set of shirts, but he's so... It seems like he likes me, you know? I say, and I feel like I sound stupid until she confirms. Oh no, he totally does. Everyone can tell. I have been to the club a lot and met all the guys. Darius, Kit, Rafe, and Spencer. They're all unreasonably good looking. Spencer is with Janine, but still. And they treat me like one of them, minus the hushed whispers. But they are a tight-knit family. I can tell there's something Janine isn't telling me about Logan. So why doesn't he act on it? I mean, am I too young or something? I half laugh. She shrugs and swings her curly hair over her shoulder. No, I don't think that's it. She looks away, and I can tell she knows. I stop what I'm doing and face her. What is it? What aren't you telling me? I crouch down and lean on the other side of the shelf. Maybe he doesn't trust you, she sighs. I frown. What, because of where I came from or something? She laughs. No, he wouldn't care about that. I mean, his ex. She cheated on him, and to be honest, she kind of reminds me of you. She talks slowly, like her words have more meaning than they appear to. And I agree that they do. What? I gasp. She giggles a bit to reassure me. She came from a really wealthy family. They met in college. And not that you are this way, but she was pretty vapid, had the whole selfish vibe going on. But he loved her, like, a lot. He almost stayed with her, but then... Anyway, it's not really my story to tell. I understand. I mentally curse his ex, whoever she is, because she is keeping him from me now. I wish he knew I'd never hurt him like that, after how kind he has been. And I am just not that kind of person. When we hang out, everything is so natural and easy, it shouldn't go to waste. Anyway, just be patient. Like I said, he totally is into you, too. Y'all would make a cute couple. She laughs, and I try not to smile, but I do. Yeah, until my dad finds out, or if he would even care. I get up and stop pacing the room before it grows stuffy. We leave and go out in the open to behind the counter. I check the clock, 10 minutes until Logan comes, and he is always on time. Have you talked to your uncle? She asks me. Recently, he wants to come see me for 4th of July, but I don't think he'll like my crowd. Uncle Ethan is a lot more easygoing than my dad, but he still might not like the whole MC club thing. Oh, that'd be nice. Just don't take him there. She laughs. I nod. Right. It would be nice to see him, and I've already told him not to ask me about Dad so much or try to talk to him. I don't want a family affair going on, and I don't want to be the cause of it, that's for certain. I want to see your new place once you get settled. Only if you help me find furniture, I laugh. I got mostly everything, a cheap platform bed, couch for the living room, and kitchen stools. But it's a small space. It isn't like I need much. I am just excited to finally be on my own. It's the first thing I have gotten for myself, amongst other things, and I only wish I had done this sooner. Deal. Hey, I think he's here. She turns from the register and looks at me with a sneaky smile. She makes me more nervous about it than I am on my own. The more I think about him that way, the worse it gets. Thinking about him every night, texting him on my crappy phone. More often than not, I'm thinking dirty thoughts about him I didn't even know I was capable of. Yeah, he is. I watch Logan pull up and park right outside the door, hops off his bike in light faded jeans, a gray t-shirt, and the blue shaded aviators he always wears. Most of the time he is chewing on gum. I learned it is because he used to smoke, and it also explains the deep vibrato of his voice. My body thrives off the good nerves running through it. Being excited to see him, knowing how happy he makes me. I don't know how I would have gotten through this without his help, both supportively and helping me with my budget, which is very important to survival. It just would have been a bit harder on my own. Oh, look, it's Spen. Janine laughs aloud. Logan makes a face at her as he slips his aviators off, chewing at his gum. It brings out his jawline and makes me swoon. I distract myself by getting my purse from under the cabinet. Shut up, kid. What are you up to? He comes up to her and ruffles her hair, and she shoves him away. I find it funny how he called her kid, and we're the same age. He also hasn't told me why they call him Spin, and I am running out of possibilities. Hey, princess, working hard? He turns his attention to me when I come around the counter to him. He still calls me princess, and yet only wants to be friends. It's confusing, but I have to confront him about it, tonight. I am still convincing myself of that, though. Very, I giggle. He smiles at me, and my whole world lights up. His green eyes speck with brightness, and his whole aura shifts at seeing me. That's real. I can't imagine that. Is Janine helping with the heavy lifting? He chuckles at her. She shakes her head. God, no. I'm going to the movies with Spencer, then going to see my dad. He asked about you, by the way. Oh, no. What did you tell him? Logan laughs. Janine just shakes her head with a grin. Nothing he doesn't already know. Spen, don't forget about tomorrow, Chantal. She reminds me about coming over to see my new place. Of course not. See you. I hug her goodbye and then walk out with Logan. A safe distance away, but where I could just reach out and dust my fingers against his. How was your day? I ask him as I put the helmet on. He doesn't wear one, but I am still not so bike-friendly. I almost fell off the other day, but he caught me. Luckily, I wasn't in motion. I can still feel his hard body pressed against me. The front that time, amongst other parts, too. I sigh and realize that's my life now. Pretty damn boring. Had to go to the bank. He chuckles and walks up close to me, staring down into my eyes. If I move even a centimeter, my breast will brush against his chest, and then I will be done for. Maybe he will, too. He seems to sense this, as his eyes do a quick once-over of my body, and then he takes a step back. Nothing exciting ever happens at the bank, I giggle. He grins and then gets on the bike. I follow and wrap myself around him the way I always do, reveling in every moment of the ride. He already helped me get some of my stuff into the place yesterday. But today we are just following the moving van there from the club where I had the furniture delivered. I have no idea how to install this. I stare at the disassembled bed at the center of the studio. The place has brown wood floors. I should have bought a rug, but I forgot. And the kitchen and living room are all one big space. The bathroom is nice enough. It helps that the place isn't that old.
It's not that hard,
Logan laughs. He takes his jacket off and walks across my apartment barefoot, setting his jacket on the back of the couch. My eyes rove over the expanse of his body, those tight muscles and beautiful tattoos. He told me about some of them and why he got them, but there are a lot. He lost count. Easy for you to say. Is there anything you can't do? I sit cross-legged on the floor, surveying him striding back over. He laughs.
Swim, he answers.
I stare at him in shock. There is no way you don't know how to swim. That's ridiculous, I laugh. He shrugs.
It's the truth. Now pay attention. You can be my helper.
He pats my head for good measure, and I swat him away. But I help as much as I can, which only involves handing him tools. My mind strays the whole time he does, and it takes until the bottom frame of the bed is set up before I can say anything. I had been working up the nerve. The mattress drops the same time I find it in me. So, Janine told me about your ex today. I swallow. He, in turn, drops the wrench he was using, and it clatters to the floor. I watch his expression harden, and then his eyes soften at me.
Damn, Janine and her big mouth. That kid is crazy.
He shakes his head. I laugh once. You know we're the same age, right? Me and Janine. Why do you call her kid? I mean, are you intent on us being friends because I'm young, or you hung up on your ex? That makes my mouth go dry as I wait for a response. My skin goes clammy on the inside. Logan just stops what he is doing and gives me a passive look. I have grown familiar with most of them, the ones when he is thinking or unsure about something, amused, even turned on, but that was only when I wore my yellow dress again.
I don't know which one of those to answer first, he exhales.
I swallow. Pick one, and shrug my shoulders. He shakes his head once and comes across the bed, sitting on the side of the mattress that faces me. From where I am on the floor, I look up at him, staring down at me with his legs spread and muscular thighs fighting his jeans, his gray shirt tight to his skin. Goodness, this man is something else.
Well, I met Janine when she was like 9, so it's different. Second, I don't think you're young. That's not how I see you. Legal maybe, but not young.
He chuckles once. I smile a bit and wait for the rest, if I'm going to get it. He clasps his hand together and stares down at his palms as he starts to pause. We're friends, Logan. You can talk to me, I say softly. His lips twitch when he looks at me, like he wants to smile.
I don't have feelings for Chelsea anymore. My ex. I'm over her. I guess I'm just not over the trusting someone with your heart and having it stomped on part.
His laugh is void of humor. The vulnerability in his expression makes me want to comfort him, so I reach out to him, climbing up on my knees and covering his hands with mine. Their warmth is soothing. The tension in them makes me sad for them. Well, your ex is a total bitch, I laugh. I don't know why anyone would want to hurt you like that, cheat on you and betray your trust. I'm so sorry, Logan. You don't deserve that. I cup his face with my other hand and get him to look at me. His smile is half there, his green eyes a depth of kindness. You're the best man I've ever known. I'll be thanking you for a long time, I sigh. He chuckles and grabs my hand,
taking it from his face. You don't have to. I did it for you, Princess. I care about you, but I just keep wondering if I'm ready for that again. It's not that I don't trust you. If you trust me, then don't push me away. I care about you too. I lean in closer to him, feeling the heat of his breath and smelling the mint of his last piece of gum. I'm glad he isn't chewing it now because all I want to do is kiss him. Chantal, you're really testing me. He looks in my eyes, and this time his gaze is hardened, even heated up a little bit. Well, I don't mean to, I whisper, and press my forehead to his. The heat between us is paralyzing, so damn hot. You are, every day. I want you, Princess. I want to ruin you and taint you and make you mine. I can't handle it if I fuck things up. His large hands grab my arms and drag down my sides, fisting around my waist. It sets my whole body on fire, and I start to breathe heavily. You're not gonna fuck things up, not with me, I say, looking into his eyes. I feel my soul start to burn from the inside out and can do nothing to contain it. He lets out a ragged breath, like it contained the last of his inhibitions. Because I can't even get another breath in before he kisses me, his lips collide with mine and I start to melt against him. He just presses his lips over mine, between the top and bottom, applying the slightest bit of pressure, yet it drives me crazy. I feel my body thrumming from the inside out, from a part of me that no one has ever been to, but he is the only one I want to explore me like this. He groans against me and deepens the kiss, swirling his lips between mine to alternate. He kisses me like that for a good while, until I can't even take it anymore. I fist my fingers in his hair and slide them through his soft, thick locks, and turn my head into the kiss. His hands slide down my waist, warm against my lower back, and then he outright grips my ass and my jeans and drags me closer to him. I lay against his body, my breast mashing the hard planes of his chest as the kiss continues, and he drags me up over his lap, so I feel the shape of his cock against my stomach. It sends my heartbeat racing, makes me clench inside, but he breaks the kiss then, and I mewl with disapproval. Fuck, Princess, you drive me raving mad. He gasps against me, his lips trail down my neck, and he kisses below my ear, starting to suckle the skin. Oh, Logan, that feels good. I whisper. I turn my neck to the side and slide my hands down his arms, memorizing how the heat and hardness of his muscles feel. I have wanted this for so long. I feel like I am dreaming. You don't understand. He pulls back and looks me right in the eyes. I could fuck you right here and now and not think twice about it, over and over. But I can't. I want to treat you right, Princess. He releases a breath that matches mine, one that seems to quell our burning desire for each other. And as much as I don't want to wait, I admire how much of a gentleman he is since the beginning. Logan, I'm not breakable, I whisper, just as a slight reminder. His chuckle in response is dark and sends a warm chill down my spine. You will be once I have you. Chapter 8. Logan. I leave Rafe and Darius in the club meeting room when I leave, after talking about some of the prospects. The Devil's Princes have calmed down, and so far, our alliance is working. I hope it stays that way. But that's the last thing on my mind. The club in general has taken a back burner, finally, and all I can focus on is Chantal. She's so easy to be around, funny and kind, with just the right amount of flair to offset my sometimes boring nature. She's even played Scrabble with me a few times. I like hanging out with her, being friends, even though I want more. So much more. I'm not emotionally damaged, screwed up by my ex. I have just learned to be cautious. Chantal is bright and kind, and I know that she likes me, but that can only go so far. She could grow bored or something, and I just want to protect myself as best I can, without hurting her in the process by leading her on. Anyway, I still help her out. These past few weeks, she has transformed into this independent, intelligent person I didn't know was hiding underneath her. But I like it either way. I get excited to see her every time we make plans, and I'm helping her move in today. After I stop by the bank, which has never been the same, I head to the shop to see her. I tried to get Janine to stop calling me Spin, but she only promised she wouldn't tell Chantal why they call me that. That works for now. But I show up and see her, and I lose my shit. Chantal has on this tight orange t-shirt that hugs at all her curves, her shapely waist and full breasts. It makes her look like a fucking nectarine that I could very well suck every ounce of juice out of. I keep my heart on at bay, though, and I try to keep it professional as I walk out with her. "How was your day?" Chantal puts the helmet on, smiling at me. I grin internally and then at her. "Pretty damn boring. Had to go to the bank." I get up close to her and realize one wrong move will send me out of my limits for self-control. "Well, nothing exciting ever happens at the bank," she giggles. I smile at her joke, and then we get going. Most of her stuff is already there, but I know she doesn't know much about installing a bed. I'm glad she found this place. It is better than living at the club. I helped her squelch her budget for a down payment and first month's rent. Her job at the shop pays enough to cover her rent until she gets a permanent job. But she's been helping a lot with the social media and branding, getting us more customers. I think she is good at it, and I don't say that just so she won't go anywhere. "I have no idea how to install this." Chantal has given up on trying. We're in her bedroom, or sort of bedroom, since it is a studio. In a perfect world, I'd take the plunge and ask her to live with me, but I couldn't have done that no matter how much I like her. "It's not that hard," I laugh at her. "Once I take my jacket off, I get started." "Easy for you to say. Is there anything you can't do?" All she does is sit on the floor. I laugh at her. "Swim?" "There is no way you don't know how to swim. That's ridiculous." Her laugh only reminds me how sad it is. I was afraid of water creatures when everyone else was learning. It went past my time, and then I got away with it. I can do the hot tub thing, but anything else is a no-go. I shrug instead of embarrassing myself by telling her the whole story. It's the truth. Now, pay attention. You can be my helper. I walk by her and pat her head just to piss her off and make myself feel better. She helps as much as she can, and that just involves handing me the tools that I need. I can tell something is on her mind just from the way her brows are furrowing. I've gotten to know her pretty well these past few weeks, her tells, facial expressions. She doesn't get tans anymore, but her skin is still this beautiful natural color that offsets her blonde hair. Her brows are thicker, and she told me she watched videos online to learn how to do them herself. I'm proud of how she's grown, even though it has nothing to do with me. "So, Janine told me about your ex today." Her voice is so soft I barely register it, but I heard her, and it makes the wrench slip from my fingers. It's kind of funny how she waited until I finished the bed. Damn, Janine and her big mouth. That kid is crazy. I shake my head at her. I knew them hanging out together would cause problems for me. Her laugh is less than humorous. "You know we're the same age, right? Me and Janine. Why do you call her kid? I mean, are you intent on us being friends because I'm young, or you hung up on your ex?" She stops abruptly, and I know she worked up the nerve to say all that, It makes me want to tell her the truth. I stop what I am doing and think. Chantal doesn't deserve me lying to her. I think I have evaded her long enough. Well, I don't know which of those to answer first, she says. Pick one, and drops her shoulders like she is prepared to wait all day. With a shake of my head, I get up and sit on the other end of the mattress. It's new, firm. I have many bad thoughts about it before I gather myself. Well, I met Janine when she was like 9, so it's different. Second, I don't think you're young. That's not how I see you. Legal maybe, but not young. I half smile. That whole nickname is because I spent years watching her run around the club, knock over bikes. She will always be a kid to me, but not Chantal. I stop, though, and don't know if I can disclose this part. We're friends, Logan. You can talk to me. Her voice is soft, and it encourages me to go on. I don't have feelings for Chelsea anymore, my ex. I'm over her. I guess I'm just not over the trusting someone with your heart and having it stomped on part. I laugh once, but it's mostly at finally saying what has been eating at me for all this time. Chantal reaches out for me and covers my hands with hers, their softness contrasting against me. I take a relaxing breath and let it work on me. Well, your ex is a total bitch. She half laughs. I don't know why anyone would want to hurt you like that, cheat on you and betray your trust. I'm so sorry, Logan. You don't deserve that. Her soft hand cups my face and my heart races. My cock twitches at wanting to be touched elsewhere. The effect she has on me is maddening. I take her hand from my face and take it in mine instead. You're the best man I've ever known. I'll be thanking you for a long time. Her sigh is soft, breathless almost. I want to hear how she sounds when she moans, when she wants me. I don't know how much longer I can hold off. You don't have to. I did it for you, Princess. I care about you, but I just keep wondering if I'm ready for that again. It's not that I don't trust you. I chuckle once. If you trust me, then don't push me away. I care about you, too. She leans in close to me, and I smell the soft fruitiness of her breath, and I know she has been drinking lemonade almost all day, her favorite drink. Chantal, you're really testing me. I look in her eyes and fight the hardening of my cock, her soft body so close to me and her resolve melting mine. It has never been like this before. It has never been this hard, this good. I don't mean to. Her whisper is soft as she presses her forehead to mine. That contact sends me on another plane, to a place where I can have her with no questions asked. You are. Every day. I want you, Princess. I want to ruin you and taint you and make you mine. I can't handle it if I fuck things up. I refrain from growling by grappling her waist instead, letting her softness seep into me and hoping it can chip at some of my hard places. You're not going to fuck things up. Not with me. She is so sure when she looks in my eyes that I start to believe her. I believe her all the way into my next breath, ending it with a kiss on her lips. And damn, it is better than I could have imagined. It is nothing like being alone at night and imagining her against me, stroking myself to the thought of her. I get to feel her soft lips on mine, the plush pillow of her bottom lip trapped between mine. I hold back a growl and grip her tighter instead, tasting her as I deepen the kiss. She kisses me back, her lips making quick work of knowing mine. And I can't help it anymore. I drag her close until those firm breasts are on my chest and I can rub my cock over her stomach. Her lips clench around mine harder. I want to feel the rest of her clench, and I kiss her back deeply to fight doing anything else. But it gets too good. My cock gets too hard. My brain just stops working. So I break the kiss and pull back, sliding my lips down her neck instead. Fuck, princess, you drive me raving mad. I inhale sharply and suckle the skin right below her ear. It makes her mule, and the sound is like music to my ears. Oh, Logan, that feels good. Her whisper falls off her moan, and her hands slide down my arms over the planes of my muscles. I shiver at how good it feels to touch her, for her to touch me. I don't want any clothing in the way. I want all of her. But damn, she isn't ready for me. You don't understand. I stare into the warmth of her blue eyes. I could fuck you right here and now and not think twice about it, over and over. But I can't. I want to treat you right, princess. I exhale and she doesn't even twitch. My words don't scare her away. I stopped bothering with them. If I need it that badly and picked up a woman, then I just got to it. But I want the desire with Chantal, the taste, the chase. Logan, I'm not breakable, she whispers, and it only makes me chuckle. I lean back to get a good look of her face. Her lips are bruised and cheeks dusted with blush. She's so damn gorgeous, I can't take it. You will be once I have you. I lick my lips. She just smirks at me and leans back onto her knees on the floor. I guess I have to take your word for it. She moistens her lips and stands. I nod, looking up at her. I slide my hands up her shapely thighs and ass, lean in to kiss her belly over her shirt. I lay my head against the swell of her breast and smile with content. Yes, you do. Let's finish up and grab some dinner. I stand and try not to make a show of having an uncomfortable hard-on. It takes a bit to go away. With her still around in those tight blue jeans and that shirt. Getting a bit sweaty from moving things around. I want to just say fuck it and have her right now. But I want to take her on a proper date first. Maybe a few. I'm not that kind of guy, but I can be. I used to be. And I tried to make myself out to be it. Not with Chantal. She deserves better. She is better. She is starting to become everything to me. So you've hopped on the pizza train now. I laugh at Chantal. Well, it's fast and cheap. I've gotten used to that, she giggles. We sit at her new dining table, this small circular thing. It's cute, and we eat the pizza out of the box. The most important thing was to pick up beer. She has even started drinking it now, too. I wish you didn't have to. You know, you deserve the finer things in life. I smile at her and take a huge bite of pizza. She laughs at me and takes a smaller one. I have since learned that she went to debutante school and had to take etiquette classes, so her mannerisms make much more sense now, even though they are a bit more relaxed. What do you mean? She giggles. I try not to talk with my mouth full. I mean, you shouldn't have to live like this, dollar by dollar. It sucks. Even I never had to do that. She slows her chewing and sighs. Well, it was my dad's money anyway. I'm glad I learned how to be on my own, she says. I smile at how righteous she can be. Yeah, but it's fine, Logan. I know it's temporary anyway, until I get a salary job or something. Or until your dad decides not to cut you off anymore. Not a chance. She shakes her head. I give it until we finish eating, with the TV on in the background to fill the silence. She gets up to trash the box, and I follow her. I stop her by the fridge and lean in close to her. She stares up with wide and confused eyes. I want to take care of you, princess, and I don't mean that like your dad did, how he controlled you. I want to spoil you. Make sure you never have to worry about anything other than what you want to do. I swallow. I feel like I am giving too much of myself away, but with her it isn't like that at all. This is just how it should be. She links her arms up around my neck and smiles. Logan, I am just now getting the hang of this independence thing, and you want to ruin it with your chivalry. She giggles softly. I smile and nod once. I guess so. She reaches up on her tiptoes and rubs her body against mine like an absolute seductress. Her lips hover over mine, and I feel all the blood rush to my cock in that same breath. All I want is you, Logan. Princess, I warn her, sliding my hands down her hips anyway and grabbing her ass. I remind myself about the perfect date nights and flowers, and she makes me forget it all in 1 second. Break me, Logan. I want it. I want you. She outright licks my lips and then rubs hers against mine, waiting for me. Each breath falls ragged as it leaves me, my body filling with less air each time, and the only way I will get it is to kiss her. I want her so badly I can't stand it. I can hardly think. Damn it, Chantal. I kiss her in that same breath and catch us both by surprise. Our lips and teeth clash as I kiss her, harder than before and all at once. I swirl my tongue against hers and let her taste fill my mouth. My body slams hers against the fridge, and I feel every single one of her curves press the hard planes of my body, especially against my cock. I lift her up and link her legs around my waist, and it is much better than when she is on my bike with me because I get to kiss her too. Her nimble fingers lace through my hair and latch me to her, so there is nowhere for me to go. I feel my whole body pouring into hers and becoming one. It is more than sex right from the start. We built our trust up in each other without having to be in a relationship, and it is for the better, because now I know that she has my whole heart. I'm taking you to bed. I break the kiss and stare in her eyes, wide and ready as I pass the fridge and head over to the bed. I set her down and she licks her lips looking up at me. I shed my shirt and get my jeans off in record time. Then I take my time undressing her. I lift up her shirt to expose a white lacy bra, fighting the weight of her breasts. Damn it, Princess. I growl at looking at her. She bites her lip and I am done for. I lift her and lay her on the bed, going for the clasp of her jeans. I've wanted you for a long time, Princess, a long time. I take her jeans off and toss them away, finding that her panties match her bra. What are you going to do to me? I growl, tracing my fingers over the lace of her panties. Her breathing is rapid and fills the room. Well, I could ask you the same. She spreads her legs like she is offering herself to me. She seems so experienced, and I wonder how. I hope it isn't because she has been around other older men. The thought of anyone else having her drives me insane. I think she just trusts me because there is no hesitation in her when I start to take off her panties. Fuck, that's gorgeous. I wad her panties away and stare at the beautiful pussy in front of me, dripping wet, and she's completely bare. Logan, touch me, please. She moans, wiggling her hips. I kneel between her and lean down to kiss her again, laying my body over hers. I unclasp her bra and let her breast fall against me. Then I pull back to get a good look and grin. Her nipples are hard and rosy pink like her lips. Absolutely perfect. God, I'm so hard for you I could scream. I kiss over her breasts, each mound arching beneath my lips. I suckle her nipples in turn and then kiss down her body. Eating her pussy is a must. Logan. Her hands lay on my shoulders and I stop, kissing her inner thigh. No one ever done this to you before, I guess? She shakes her head, her lips splayed open. That's too bad. I look up at her through my lashes as I lick at her, feeling her heat and pulsing clit. She moans so loud all I want is to hear it again, and so I keep going. I swirl my tongue around her and dip my tongue in her opening, eating her literally. Oh, God, don't stop, please. She cries out, threading her fingers in my hair and clasping her hips around me. So I don't stop, not for a second, even as she comes.
Her body erupts in tremors that carry on as I kiss up her body and then kiss her lips, swirling my tongue around hers. I rub my cock over her through my briefs, and with shaky hands she tries to get them off. She fists me in her hand, and I go so weak I feel it in my spine. Whoa, princess, condom. I manage to separate myself from her, and my cock misses her immediately. But I dig in my jacket and hope my man-whore days are still useful. Luckily, I find out. Don't know what we would have done, I chuckle, kneeling between her legs in the bed. She smiles and trails her calf over the back of my thighs, her eyes right on my cock as I wrap it up. You remember what I told you? I grab my cock and slide it through her folds until her body shakes for more as she nods. Good. I groan deep in my chest when I thrust into her, fighting the resistance. She moans aloud and swallows me up immediately, her pussy like the perfect-sized vice for me. Logan, that's so good. Oh, my God. She gasps when I pull out and slide in again. I grab her thighs to hold her open, still on my knees to get a good angle. I hold her open and go to town on her, fucking her like I imagined since day one. Her body is too damn perfect. My cock grows harder at watching her breast bob and making the bed shake beneath us. I only hope I installed it well enough. Fuck, princess, you're tight as hell, I growl, going faster. Her moans increase to deafening limits. Sucks for the neighbors, but I don't fucking care. I tried to hold myself back, but we want each other too much. We are way too good for each other. Logan, I'm coming. Don't stop. Her hands clench the sheets as she erupts in a beautiful orgasm, one that makes her clench around me even more. Fuck. I close my eyes and surrender to the back-aching orgasm. I empty my cock inside her and stay buried in her. She drags me down to her to kiss me, and I lay one on her like it's all I'm worth. I love that she can be prim and proper and dirty, too. It makes me want to have her again. And so I do. Chapter 9. Chantal. I didn't know sex could feel this good. It makes sense why people talk about it so much now. I mean, it's not like I knew before, and if Logan knew that this was my first and second time, he would probably lose his shit. He likes to keep me preserved, to have this innocent air to me or something. It is endearing without being placative. He has me wanting him over and over again, just to see how far I can take him. I need some recovery time, princess. Logan chuckles against my lips as I kiss him. I swipe my tongue over his lips, and then he parts them, letting our tongues collide. I taste him against me, and it sets my body on fire again. I am laid over his body, my thighs on either side of his hips, so I grind myself against him just to feel him groan and his cock harden against my swollen flesh. I am sore as hell down there, but once my body gets thrumming again, it's easy to ignore. Time has passed around us, but I tried to ignore it. Only the sun has gone down now, and the room is nearly dark. The dim lights cast over Logan and make his body look like a work of art. So recover. I sit up and rock back against his pelvis, sitting right above where his cock hardens and rises. You're beautiful, princess. He slides his warm, calloused hands down my thighs and rubs his thumb in circles. I don't even feel nervous about being exposed to him, because he already knows me so well, and I know that he cares about me more than anyone ever has. You're not so bad yourself. I run my hand down the midline of his abs, splay my fingers through his six-pack. How do you look like this? I giggle. I don't know when he works out, but clearly he does. And he also eats like an absolute pig. Cheeseburgers, pizza, pasta, donuts even. Lots of them. He laughs. I told you, fast metabolism. Maybe a little bit of lifting. That turn you on? He flexes his right arm and I laugh, because it does very much. Maybe, I sigh. When his hand roams closer to my clit, my breath hitches, and he looks right in my eyes. I wiggle my hips when he stops. It's the heat passing between us, the passion that makes me want to be honest. I'm a virgin, Logan, I exhale. I don't think so, he laughs. I close my eyes and laugh, shaking my head a bit. Oh, right. I meant before this. Once I say that, his hand stops moving, and I regret it for a second. He just stares at me with a slack jaw, and all I hear is our breathing for a few seconds. Then he moves abruptly and turns us over, and I squeal, shouting his name. Logan, I giggle once. He just looks at me with this fire in his eyes that spreads to me. He cradles his hands on my face, his forearms on either side of my head. Positioning himself between my legs, I wrap my thighs around him to hold him close as I link my arms around his neck. You're amazing, Chantal. Fucking perfect. He kisses me hard and short. And you're mine. He growls, and in the same breath, he enters me with his hard cock. It's so much of a shock that all I do is react, moaning aloud and holding him closer. Something about him saying I am his is just so intense. The way he grabs me and starts to fuck me, Logan doesn't go slow at all, and I don't mind it. My body can do nothing but conform to his, react to him, and enjoy every second of it. I slide my hands down his face and cup his jaw, leaning in to kiss him. His lips mash over mine, and our tongues slide together immediately, tasting each other for as long as we can. I lose my breath as he really starts to go at me. He lets me adjust a little bit, but I have no choice but to open up to him, and I prefer it that way. His lips go to my neck instead, working at the same spot and alternating. I know I have about 5 hickeys now. I move my hands down the deep planes of muscle in his back and clench his ass, as his hands rove up over my breasts and kneads them in his large palms. I think they're his favorite part of me, the way he focuses on them for a while. And he kisses down my shoulder, biting the skin there as his pace quickens. One of his hands slides down to my clit, rubbing in slow circles that feel deliciously good against his fast thrusts. Come for me, princess, I want to feel it, he growls in my ear, his deep voice sending me straight there. I erupt in an orgasm that steals my soul away and takes him with me soon after. It is when he empties his searing heat inside me that I freeze up for a second, but he doesn't seem to notice, and so I relax a little and let his kiss distract me, taking the thought away from me so far. I forget what I was even thinking about. After a while, he slips out of me and just holds me in his arms. We both watch the sun go down and the moon rise, and he just lays there holding me close. The next day, Logan has to use every skill in the book to get the hot water to work. After a couple of tries, it gets warm enough for me to shower. It is too small to fit us both, and so that isn't an option. I get out and wear his shirt as I walk around, finding a snack to eat in my fake pantry, which is just a cabinet, and the snack is thin pretzels. I turn off the TV, since it was running all this time. We had both dozed off, and now I have too much energy. I'm sitting on the couch when Logan comes out of the shower, looking steamy as hell. He didn't even bother with the towel. It's slung over his shoulder, and he is naked as the night is dark. Hey, princess. He winks at me and starts drying off by the bed. I watch with rapt attention, and he knows it, too. I love when he calls me princess. He doesn't mean it in the insulting way at all, just that he wants to pamper the hell out of me. I want to let him, but I have lived that kind of life for too long, and I want to figure things out for myself while I still can. He spent the night and got us breakfast in the morning. It's my day off from the shop, and all I understand about the club is that if no one is calling him, he doesn't really have to go. When he sits down next to me, wearing just his jeans unbuttoned, I smile at him brightly. The sun is up and shining through my one window and casts his light hair in a glow, the valleys of his muscles in deep shadows across his body. "What's on your mind?" He nudges me with his elbow and snickers at me. I uncross my legs and stretch them over his lap, his warm muscles, and feel good against my skin. "Nothing. You, I guess." I half smile. He grins and gives me a long look. I already know what is coming. "Why didn't you tell me before that you were a virgin?" He licks his lips and his eyes do that blazing thing, the green going up against his pupils. I swallow back the last bit of nerves I have left. It is all out in the open now. "You would have been different with me. I wanted the full experience." He smirks. "Well, you've got it. I still feel bad, though." "You shouldn't. I liked it a lot. Every time," I giggle. He grins at me and shakes his head. "You are something else, Chantal." "In a bad way?" I widen my eyes. He laughs. "In a naughty way." His smile widens. "In a good way. All the good ways." "Well, thanks." I feel my cheeks heat. He brings me closer to him, and I lay my head on his chest. Somehow not being able to see him is easier to ask him this. "What happened with your ex?" I whisper. His breath stalls, but then falls back to normal. His grip on my waist tightens, and I feel him press a kiss to my head. "She cheated on me." His voice turns grave. "I heard that you almost stayed with her," I say softly. My heart breaks for him. It really does. Being cheated on is one of the worst things that could happen to someone. To be betrayed like that. Lied to. I can't imagine what it was like for him. "Yeah, I loved her. I believed her when she said it was just a mistake. Darius is one of my best friends. He was looking out for me. He's also a part-time detective. Found out she told me some bullshit story. She'd been screwing the guy for months." He releases a breath, and I grip him tighter. "It wouldn't have been so bad if I wasn't about to propose to her. At least she had the decency to try and lie to me once she found the ring." He adds with a darker voice. I chew on my lip and try to find the right thing to say. I keep falling short. I pull back from his chest and look in his eyes where he can really see me. "I would never hurt you that way, Logan, or in any way at all," I tell him. He half smiles and kisses me. His body seems to relax the more the kiss goes on, and I like knowing that I can relax him, put him at ease. "You don't have any exes on your mind?" he asks me. I laugh. "Not any real ones. I would date for business alliance purposes for my father. Nothing was ever real, I don't think." I trail off. Maybe with one back in high school, but I don't even remember. Logan. Everything with him is so real. That's too bad." "Well, not really. I've got you." I cup his face and run my thumb along the little dimple he gets when he smiles. "You know, I don't want you to get freaked out when I say this, but my mom would love you." That makes me beam inside and also very nervous. "She would?" I ask him. He nods. "Yeah, my dad too. If they weren't traveling so much, I'd introduce you," he tells me. "Well, I would love to meet them whenever they are back," I giggle. "But my dad would hate you. Just saying." To that he laughs. "I mean, I figured as much. We can get by without him. But maybe he would agree with my mint account. I am a business owner after all." "What business?" I gape. To that he just laughs awkwardly, like he hadn't meant to say it. I don't think he had. "Well, the shops. They were my idea. We opened them about 5 years ago." "But why?" I ask in confusion. He sighs and shifts me up on his lap so I can sit on the side. He shakes his head and contemplates. I wait patiently. "Okay, so you know how the club has our little side jobs to stay open besides the bar?" "Well, not really," I shrug. He blinks along. "Well, we do. And the kind of cash that comes in has to have a front for people like the IRS and FBI, so we use the bar and the shops. I try to digest what he is saying, and I fall short, but only because I hope it isn't like the movies, which is what I am thinking of when he says all that. Because it's illegal? More or less. Holy shit, Logan! I swat his shoulder and pull away from him. He laughs and wraps his arms around my waist. Well, I don't actually do the stuff, Princess. I just manage the money. A guilty by association, doofus. What am I supposed to do if you get carted off to prison? I laugh once. He shakes his head. Visit me. Have phone sex. He lifts my hand and kisses the inside of my wrist. I just shake my head at him and try not to judge. He talks about the club like they are his family, and they kind of are. So it isn't really my place to try and bring him away from it. I just want to accept him as he is. You're insane, Logan. Absolutely crazy. I lay back against his chest, and he holds me close. One of these days, you should call your dad. I know you don't want to, but he isn't going to take the first step. Men like that never do. I sigh and nod against him. Whenever we talk about him, he is always the voice of reason. I told him about my mom dying and that changing things, but a lot of my emotional stuff is just left with my dad. I have to confront it at some point. Yeah, I know. Not any time this week, though, at least. I giggle. We keep talking for a while. It's always like that. We can just go for hours. But we start to get restless, and I ask the one question I hadn't wanted to. Logan, I'm curious. I pull back to look in his eyes. He grins at me, and I smile back. You talked about taking care of me and all that stuff. I mean, I'm declining your offer, but how? How well do you even do for yourself? I ask. I have been to his house a few times, and it is a good-sized family home. He eventually told me he bought it from his parents, but he still bought it. Well, pretty well, Princess. I've been single for a long time, never split my cash with someone else. You'd be surprised, he chuckles. I sigh and try not to be materialistic, but I still wonder. I don't want to exploit him or have him going beyond his means for me. He already tried to. But I know it's not my dad level, but just how much, I giggle. He straddles me over his waist and smiles at me. I run my fingers through his hair and curl around his ears as his hands hold me tight around my waist. Princess, if you wanted to up and move to Bali for a year, we could. A few years at least. Then I'd have to become an actual criminal. He laughs. I smile at him and shake my head. Bali sounds nice. Private beaches, I giggle. He nods and kisses me, his lips like a whisper against mine. I don't care about your money, Logan. I just don't want to intrude on your life. I breathe against him. He rubs his nose over my cheek and cups my face, pulling it back to look at him. You are far from intruding on my life, Chantal. You make it better every damn day. He kisses me again, and this time I melt against him completely, only feeling him around me and against me. His cock grows harder by the second, and I reach down to rub him through the denim. He groans against me and breaks the kiss. Fuck, Princess. I don't know what to do with you, except fuck you until I can't anymore. He grips the flesh of my ass and drags me over his cock. I rub against him through the denim since I'm bare underneath the shirt. His mouth breathes over mine as his hands drag up my shirt and grasp my breasts, his fingers pinching my nipples. Logan, that feels so good when you touch me. I moan, trailing off because it just is that good. One hand goes between my legs and he slides 2 thick fingers inside me, swirling around. I just need to be inside you. He undoes his jeans to pull his cock out. The hard flesh points right to me. I told him earlier this morning that I take birth control after finally finding a place to get it here, and he hasn't been with anyone else. So when he slides deep inside me, I don't think twice about it. His bare flesh against mine is like a blessing. Oh, God, yes. I settle against him, trying to find a good place. The angle is much different this way, and it is so hard to get all of him in. Easy, princess. He takes my hips in his hands and wiggles his hips to help me. My body adjusts to him. The way I am so wet for him helps. And then he is in me so deep I feel it in my chest, and on my fingers and toes. Logan, oh my God, that's so deep. I roll my hips and feel him stirring me. I can literally feel his cock growing and twitching inside me, and it's amazing. No, princess, you're perfectly tight. Damn perfect. You trust me? He kisses the hollow of my neck and then pulls back to look in my eye. My body is so keyed up, all I can do is nod. Then he takes control. He has a hold of my hips, and I steady my body by holding onto his shoulders as he controls the pace, how deep he goes each time. He doesn't go that fast, but it is enough to get my body jostling, the way he has me circling and riding him. It makes my eyes roll back in my head, and then I am done for. I think I'm almost to the point where I can't anymore, he chuckles after emptying his load into me. Well, how will you know? I giggle, kissing the corner of his lips. He licks them and then shakes his head a bit. Better go one more time and make sure. Chapter 10. Logan. I spend the night at Chantal's place, and it's the first time I have done that since my ex. It isn't as scary as I thought it would be. I thought I might wake up and regret it, but having her in my arms just feels right. I've already gotten to know her without all the pressure, and so now I can just get to know her in other ways, more sexual ones. But after we get settled and it's late morning, one thing keeps pressing heavily on my mind from last night. Why didn't you tell me before that you were a virgin? I moisten my lips, staring across the couch at Chantal. Her smile is soft, a little nervous as she swallows. I watch the skin of her throat tighten, soft and specked with my kisses and hickeys. I wish I could say I hadn't meant to mark her, but that would be a lie. Oh, you would have been different with me. I wanted the full experience, she answers, and for some reason it puts me at ease. I didn't want to feel like she lied to me or something by not telling me. But maybe she was scared, I started to think, and honestly, I don't know if I would have still done it that way. I would have still done it for sure. I grin at her. Well, you've got it. I still feel bad, though. Maybe I could have gone slower at the get. I know how to hold myself back if the time permits. You shouldn't. I liked it a lot. Every time. Her giggle is soft and sweet. It makes me smile at her genuineness. You are something else, Chantal. Well, in a bad way? Her blue eyes widen with concern, and I chuckle. I laugh again, in a naughty way, and I smile at the thought of her and her slightly dirty mouth. In a good way, all the good ways. Well, thanks. Her high cheekbones speck with blush, and I want to kiss it away, then make it show even more. So I bring her closer to me, settling her in my lap on the couch. I only have my jeans on, and her head lays against my bare chest, her cheek right on my heartbeat. I close my eyes and enjoy this moment for as long as it lasts. I didn't think I could have this again, but now that I do, I realize it wasn't even real the first time. This is very real. Chantal starts to tense up around her shoulders, and I wonder what she is thinking. What happened to your ex? Her whisper cuts the silence, and it is my turn to tense up. I should have known she would ask about it at some point, that she would be curious. I didn't think I had it in me to even talk about it, but for some reason I want to with her. I kiss the top of her head, and it gives me a bit of courage to hold her a little tighter. She cheated on me, I say, my voice is heavy in my chest. It is like admitting it makes me weak or something.
I heard that you almost stayed with her.
Yeah, I loved her. I believed her when she said it was just a mistake. Darius is one of my best friends. He was looking out for me. He's also a part-time detective. Found out she told me some bullshit story. She'd been screwing the guy for months. My memory holds well, and I wish it would go away sometimes. Darius only looked into it because he never liked her. Maybe I should have listened when he told me that the first time I introduced them. When he first met Chantal, he had nothing but good things to say. I remember that the most. It wouldn't have been so bad if I wasn't about to propose to her. At least she had the decency to try and lie to me once she found the ring. It's hard to talk about this because sometimes I still feel like it was my fault. I mean, I thought I was attentive enough. I thought she was going to say yes. But she found the ring in her conscience, I suppose. Chantal pulls back from my chest and looks up at me. Her eyes are glassy and bright, and I feel her caring for me with every breath she takes.
I would never hurt you that way, Logan, or in any way at all,
she says, like she spent the time trying to find the right thing, and that works perfectly. I just smile at her and then kiss her lips, softly coaxing them open to drive my tongue against hers. It's just the nicety of our lips meeting and nothing more. Then I pull away. You don't have any exes on your mind? I ask her, tired of talking about myself. She laughs.
Well, not any real ones. I would date for business alliance purposes for my father, but nothing was ever real, I don't think.
Her voice softens. That's too bad, I chuckle. And I'm glad that no one hurt her that shouldn't have. I don't think I'd be able to stand it.
Not really. I've got you.
She cradles my face in her soft hand, so small it only covers my jaw. You know, I don't want you to get freaked out when I say this, but my mom would love you. I have it in me then. Once I look in her eyes, it just comes barreling out, and it is true. She would love how sweet and funny she is. I see her visibly beam at the notion, and it makes me grin.
She would?
She asks like she doesn't believe me. I nod. Yeah, my dad too. If they weren't traveling so much, I'd introduce you. I talked with them the other day, and they decided to tour some of California. I may not see them until Thanksgiving, but I am glad they are living their best life now. Plus, I get to live in their house. Technically mine, but I digress.
Well, I would love to meet them whenever they are back, she giggles. But my dad would hate you. Just saying, she adds.
I laugh, and she giggles once. I mean, I figured as much. We can get by without him. But maybe he would agree with my Mint account. I am a business owner, after all, I say. It's not like I would use my money to get someone to like me, but I've heard her stories about him. I should start the sentence with, I'm worth $1 million if I liquidate everything, even though that may be what he spends on shoes in a year. What business? She gapes, and I realize I had not meant to tell her directly. She didn't want handouts, so I didn't want her to think she got the job at the shop because of me. Well, the shops, they were my idea. We opened them about 5 years ago, I tell her.
But why? She asks.
I sigh and reposition her on my lap. Her body falls heavily against me, and somehow it helps me breathe easier to feel her. But then again, I don't know what she might have to say about this, what she might think. Okay, so you know how the club has our little side jobs to stay open besides the bar? I start slowly.
Well, not really.
Her shrug is short, and she blinks in confusion. It is incredibly adorable, and I feel more like I am trying to taint her. Well, we do. And the kind of cash that comes in has to have a front for people like the IRS and the FBI. So we use the bar and the shops, I tell her, hoping it isn't too much information for her to start thinking the worst, and enough that she just believes me. I see her trying to absorb everything and kind of failing.
Because it's illegal? She asks.
More or less, I mutter.
Holy shit, Logan.
She swats at my shoulder softly, and I laugh. At least she didn't run out of here screaming. I don't actually do the stuff, Princess. I just manage the money. I try and reassure her. And that much is true. I have never seen one of the guns in real life, the drugs. It's not my thing. I joined the club when I was looking for excitement. I thought it would be riding around every weekend on a bike. I already had one. But I met Tank and the other guys, and they became like brothers. I'm an only child, after all, so I stuck around.
Guilty by association, doofus. What am I supposed to do if you get carted off to prison?
Her laugh is genuine and concerned at the same time. I just shake my head at her. Don't visit me. Have phone sex. I lift her hand and kiss the inside of her wrist, letting my lips linger and feel her heartbeat.
You're insane, Logan. Absolutely crazy.
She lays back down on my chest, and I inhale the warm, vanilla scent of her hair. She is like the best sugary delicacy there is. One of these days you should call your dad. I know you don't want to, but he isn't going to take the first step. Men like that never do, I say to her. It's her turn to feel emotionally attacked, though not literally.
Yeah, I know. Not any time this week, though, at least.
She giggles and trails off with a sigh. I keep talking with her, our little inside jokes coming through. It's nice. If I could stay on this couch all day, I would. I don't have any plans, but something always comes up.
Logan, I'm curious.
She pulls back to look at me. Her nose is upturned in a curious way, too, and I grin at her.
You talked about taking care of me and all that stuff. I mean, I'm declining your offer, but how well do you even do for yourself?
She asks, and I can tell it isn't coming from a malicious place. When my ex asked about money, it was to make sure I could uphold her lavish lifestyle, and I tried. My credit suffered for it. Pretty well, Princess. I've been single for a long time. Never split my cash with someone else. You'd be surprised, I chuckle, and it's all true. I know how to invest and save.
But, well, I know it's not my dad level, but just how much? She giggles once.
I grunt and move her over my legs so she is straddling me, and I hold her at her thighs. Princess, if you wanted to up and move to Bali for a year, we could. A few years at least. Then I'd have to become an actual criminal. I try to eyeball it. Sounds about right. She smiles at me and shakes her head.
Well, Bali sounds nice. Private beaches, she giggles.
I nod and kiss her softly, just to feel her lips on mine. She pulls away and cradles my face in her hands. Every time she touches me, I feel like I am being taken care of.
I don't care about your money, Logan. I just don't want to intrude on your life, she breathes.
You are far from intruding on my life, Chantal. You make it better. Every damn day. I kiss her, and it is more intense this time. I deepen it so our tongues can swirl together, and I feel my cock growing, getting hard for her. I want her so badly it hurts so good. She reaches out and rubs my cock through my jeans, and I feel it in my spine, down to my knees where the desire for her settles. My cock hardens all the way and begs to be inside her again. Fuck, Princess, I don't know what to do with you, except fuck you until I can't any more. I grab her ass and drag her over my cock, dry humping her as we pant together. She parts her lips and lets out a breathy moan when I slip my hands under her shirt to massage her breasts, rolling and pinching her nipples between my fingers.
Logan, that feels so good when you touch me.
One moan cuts her words, and I slide my hands down her body to her bare pussy open for me. I slide 2 fingers in her, and I'm glad to find how wet she is already and ready for me. I need to be inside you. I undo my jeans and get my cock out, fisting at the base and sliding over her folds. I'm glad she is on the pill and that I've been on the straight and narrow, because I don't think twice before thrusting myself in her. But I know the angle is different for her, so I don't go in all the way. Oh, God, yes. She wiggles her hips and moans. Easy, princess. I guide her with her hips, laying her back and then forward to circle around me. I feel her expand and tighten as I go deeper inside her, and then I'm all the way in. It takes all my self-control not to get going right away. My neck tightens and I grip her so hard I know it will leave a mark. Logan, oh God, that's so deep. She rolls her hips and I twitch inside her. My cock wants to be ridden, and I keep telling it to quiet down for a second so I can enjoy the moment. No, princess, you're so perfectly tight. Damn perfect. You trust me? I kiss her neck and taste her with my tongue. I get hold of her, lift her up and down on my cock. After a few, she circles her hips and gets the hang of it. I can tell by the way she breathes and trembles that she is close. Her nipples harden and show through her shirt. I lean in and kiss them over it and then kiss her right when she comes. I follow soon after her as her clenching gets me there faster. I think I am almost to the point where I can't anymore, I chuckle when the last of me empties into her. How will you know? She giggles and kisses the corner of my lips. I turn and kiss her, then I lick my lips. I'm still inside her and already know that I'm not finished yet. Maybe I won't ever be. Better go one more time and make sure. Chapter 11. Logan. Just tell me. I don't think so, princess. Logan, I can very well find out if I tried. Okay, try. I laugh at Chantal, who frowns at me beyond joking. She isn't going to use her cute face to convince me. It has been a month or so since we made things official, consummated by fucking for damn near 2 days straight. And it has been great. I got my fancy dates in like I wanted, but they ended with me fingering her in the booth, and it made it not so fancy, but still perfect. We hang out at the club sometimes, other times my place or hers. She has made it all cute and like her, and it's nice to see how she really is in that regard. Her uncle came by for the 4th of July last week, and even though I met him, I still feel like she is missing something. I know that it's her dad, but I don't really know how to help. Shitty parents aren't my forte. I don't have them. Maybe one of the other guys at the club know. But we just got back from a club night, and she is lounging with me on the couch. Logan, come on. Why can't you tell me? She giggles. I shake my head at her. I wish it were a good story, but it isn't. Spin is the high school nightmare that lives on. Nope, I grin. She sits across my lap instead, her blue dress riding up her legs. The front is low cut and shows off her breasts, making them seem bigger, even though they are already the perfect size. I look at her pouting lip and bright eyes and lose it, especially her blonde locks falling in waves on her shoulders. I can't tell you this if you don't tell me. Tell me what? I hold her ass in my hands and grin, loving how she feels against me. That I love you, that I've fallen in love with you, and that this is the only thing I don't know about you, she half giggles. I stare at her, stunned. In shock, disbelief, I guess. I don't want to stay silent for too long, but I think I do because her face falls. Princess, I love you too. Damn it, why did you have to do that? I laugh once. She shrugs her shoulder and smiles. This all feels so natural, like it was supposed to happen this way. Because it's how I am, and it hasn't been that long, but I know this is right. I may be young, but you have enough old man wisdom for the both of us. We both laugh, but there is still tension in her shoulders. What is it, Chantal? I cup her face, run my thumb along her bottom lip. I don't know everything about you. It's not just the nickname. But you know me more than anyone, and I know that... She bites her lip and stares off behind me. Her hands clasp down on my shoulders and squeeze, like she needs to remind herself I am here or something. I wait with a stall in each breath I take, like she's about to give me the worst news ever. I'm pregnant. Chapter 12. Chantal. I didn't think life could be this perfect. I thought all that was waiting for me was charity events, faking smiles, and spending money just to prove a point. It's no life to live. With Logan, my life is exciting and free. It makes sense and I feel good. But I just have horribly bad luck. Only a month from having sex for the first time and officially being his girlfriend. I still can't believe it. I fell in love with him so fast, and now this. Janine and I used every preparation in the book to make sure, every precaution, except the most important one. I know exactly when it happened, too. The very next day, that first night when I forewent my pill, I had forgotten so easily. Before it wasn't a big deal. But I have only known for a few days and haven't found the right way to tell him. He has been so perfect with everything, even meeting my uncle. Most importantly, being there for me. I think he would be good at it, more than me, but I have yet to find out. He has a way of distracting me anyway, and after a fun night of pool at the club, we have gone back to his house. I like it here. It's like being inside his mind. The couches are navy cloth color, and the entertainment system huge and over the top. His bedroom is nice, too, of course, and we spend a lot of time there. But right now we are on his couch, teasing each other, mostly making out. Logan, I have a question, I giggle, breaking the kiss. I move to sit forward on his lap. I take deep breaths to inhale his scent, and it calms me. I know I have to tell him now, but I am working up to it. "What's that, Princess?" He grins, that sexy half-smile he has. "Why do they call you Spin?" I ask him that at least once a week. He never tells me, but we show up at the club and they call him that. It's never Logan. And apparently they are sworn to secrecy because they won't tell me either. They take brotherhood very seriously. I have also settled on the idea of what really goes on there, as much as I can. Sometimes we go to the bank together, and I have become less shocked at the amount of money they deposit. "I'm not telling you," he laughs, and I whine a little under my breath. "But why? Don't you trust me?" "Yeah, and I value your opinion of me." He laughs and kisses my cheek. I frown at him and pull away. "Just tell me," I press again. "I don't think so, Princess." I put my hands on his chest and want to smash them against him so he will just give in. "Logan, I can very well find out if I tried," I tell him. I know how to get what I want if I really try, but I don't want to manipulate him that way. Otherwise, I'd ask him right after he comes and he is still inside of me. "Okay, try," he dares me. He laughs at me and leaves me hanging yet again. It's the only thing I don't know about him, really. Everything else we have talked about, joked about, and with what I am about to tell him, it would just be nice. "Logan, come on. Why can't you tell me?" I giggle, and he only shakes his head firmly. He would easier give me $1,000 than tell me this, and I don't know why. But I've got two things I am frightened as hell to say. I want him to tell me. Nope. His grin is self-assured, and I want to smack it off. Instead, I just sit closer on his lap, so my thighs touch his waist and my chest is inches from his face. This dress almost didn't fit me anymore. He has put some weight on me with all the pizza and burgers, among other things. "I can't tell you this if you don't tell me." I try to coax him into it and fail. "Tell me what?" His hand splays over my ass, and the weight of him pressing me onto him is soothing. Enough to make this come flying out. Since the day I met him in that bank, first looked into his eyes, I knew that I was done for. That I love you. That I've fallen in love with you, and that is the only thing I don't know about you. I half laugh, only to get the last of my anxiety out. We are halfway there. His blank stare lasts a long time before his green eyes go from shock to awe and confusion, then back again. I just wait and hope that he doesn't tell me he will never feel like that he isn't ready to trust someone that much again. "Princess, I love you too." Damn it, why'd you have to do that? He laughs once, and I gleam inside. I shrug my shoulders and smile because this is so us. This is the only way this could have gone. It is perfect for us. Because it's how I am. And it hasn't been that long, but I know this is right. I may be young, but you have enough old man wisdom for the both of us, I tease him. His birthday was actually 2 weeks ago, and the club had a huge party for him. It was also when I started to suspect. The thought comes back to me, and I know I have to do this all at once. Just rip the Band-Aid off. What is it, Chantal? He cups my face and holds me softly, his thumb tracing my bottom lip. I don't know everything about you. It's not just a nickname, but you know me more than anyone, and I know that... I pause again. This is harder than I thought. Janine told me to just say it, that Logan would be fine and a stand-up guy, but he has to want to. It can't just be for my benefit. I bite my lip and squeeze his shoulders for comfort, and it works for a second. But I still wonder what will happen if this doesn't go my way. If I don't get the response I wish for. I didn't know I needed all these things in my life, that I wanted them, to be in love, and... I'm pregnant, I blurt. Maybe I could have been softer on the delivery. Logan freezes on his breath, and his brows furrow in confusion. His lips twist up, and his entire face turns to shock and question. My hands drop from his shoulders, the same time his fall from my hips and onto the couch. He swallows and goes completely silent. I blink rapidly and fight tears. I used to cry easily anyway, and now it is uncontrollable. I have been eating more at night with cravings. No morning sickness yet, but I suspect it is coming. But I feel so sick to my stomach now. Logan starts to frown, and then I get worried. Say something, Logan, I whisper. He clears his throat. I don't understand. You told me you were on the pill. He says it, and it sounds accusatory. I shift off his lap and stand instead. I am. You say that like I lied to you. I just forgot one day. It was that morning after you helped me move in the first time. I pause. Logan, don't be mad at me, I whisper, adding with hope for the best. He shakes his head at me, scratching his jaw as he stands. He towers over me and stares down into my eyes. What am I supposed to think? This isn't the life you envisioned for yourself. I'm not the kind of guy you thought you should be with. Now you're telling me you're pregnant? What am I supposed to say? You tell me you love me and we spend all this time together. I have to be able to trust you. He walks away from me, and I can tell he needs a space. We don't really argue, not over anything serious. But this is real, and I don't want to crowd him. At the same time, that isn't how it is at all. Maybe I didn't plan for this, but it doesn't mean I don't want it. Don't blame me for this, Logan. It is all still new to me. The falling in love and the sex, and I never had to remember to take it before. As soon as I suspected, I took a test. But we can go to a doctor if you want. I took 10 of them, I say. He finally turns from me and stops running his fingers through his hair. He sees me crying, and his face suddenly falls. I'm sorry, Princess. I guess I'm not good with the trust thing yet. I walk up to him and hold his hands. I would never try and trap you, Logan. I would never try and use you. I love you. And I didn't mean to. It was a mistake, and if you don't want this, then I understand. A baby is definitely not what you signed up for. I tell him, and I mean every word. Sit down, Chantal. He leads me to the couch and crouches in front of me. I'm not fragile, Logan, just knocked up. I half laugh. There is lightness in my breathing now that he isn't almost raving mad. I think men are just bad at hearing sudden news. I'm learning fast. Yeah, I know. And I meant it when I said I loved you. That means I'm all in. He holds my thighs in his hands, and it gets me stirring for some reason. But the last of my tears are a distraction. Really? I ask him. He grins. Yeah, Princess, really. I know it wasn't the plan, but things never go according to plan. We didn't. I want this. You. All of it, I swear. He kisses me, and I feel us coming together in an entirely new way. His lips are warm and soft against mine, so right. I taste him on my tongue as they swirl together, and he deepens the kiss. I link my arms around his neck and bring him closer to me. When it breaks, I pant heavily, and so does he. I love you, Logan. I laugh with all the joy in me, and he smiles at me, a look in his eye like he has never seen me before. I love you too, Chantal, so fucking much. He kisses me once again. We'll go to the doctor tomorrow, together, okay? Yeah, that's perfect. I exhale. I'm probably too young to be having a baby, but at least I won't be alone and trying to figure it out on my own. But I know that even if he wasn't in for it, worst case, I would still want this baby. My priorities have changed. Good, and he half smiles and gives me a long look, sitting next to me on the couch. I was riding into the compound from out of town. It had rained the night before and left a mudslide. I wiped out on my bike, and a bunch of guys saw. Tank, Darius, Rafe. I went flying, well, spinning, and so... They call you Spin, I giggle, and then full-on laugh. He looks mortified, and I just find it funny, more and more as I imagine it. Okay, that's enough. He tries to stop me from laughing, and I just laugh even more. Oh, Logan, I was not expecting that. I wipe at my eyes from crying at the laughter and not all of everything else. Whatever. Well, that's the truth. Just promise me this. I think he is about to tell me not to tell anyone, but I don't think anyone knows. He cradles my face and half smiles. All the happiness between us is so heavy I feel it, and I know it will follow me forever. Promise me we never tell our kid that story. Chapter 13. Logan. I'm pregnant, she blurts out. And when I said I thought she was about to deliver me the worst news, that's the last thing I imagined she would say. I thought maybe she would ask me for money, and that wouldn't have been a bad thing because it would honestly have been easier than this. I freeze and try to find out how to breathe normally again, and I fall short every time. My body clams up and becomes so numb. I barely register her sitting on my lap. My eyes dart across her, the way her soft face is contorted, in pain, how radiant she looks. I honestly thought I was just falling more in love with her every day, but that apparently is not the case. Pregnant, like with a baby. It doesn't make sense. She told me she was on the pill, and I believed her. Otherwise, I would have wrapped that shit up so tight every time there wouldn't be any question. The parts of me that have been hurt before make me think that she lied. I force myself to look in her eyes and remind myself that she isn't like that she loves me, this is real. But I felt that way last time, too. Say something, Logan. Her whisper, soft voice cuts my reverie, and it reminds me how innocent she really can be. I don't think she is enough of a manipulator to do this to me on purpose, but my paranoia keeps rearing its head. My voice cracks, and I clear my throat, forcing myself to say one of my roaming thoughts out loud. I don't understand. You told me you were on the pill. It is the first one that lands long enough for me to make light of. And the most pressing concern. Her reaction is immediate. Her face falls, and she climbs off my lap to stand in front of me. I wish it didn't have to be this way. Maybe it would be different if we were more official, or hell, if we were married and planned for this. But if anywhere in my plans I knew she would get pregnant, I would have tried to prepare for it. I am. You say that like I lied to you. I just forgot one day. It was that morning after you helped me move in, the first time She trails off, and I know she is talking about the first time we had sex. I forgot about a lot of things that night, and before we went to sleep. It was only when we woke up the next morning that I realized I had forgotten a condom the last time, and she told me she was on the pill then. Logan, don't be mad at me, Chantal whispers, her voice shaking with her shoulders. I look up at her, and I can't find it in me to scream and be pissed like I want to. I mean, it's a baby, a real human being that's going to show up one day and change my entire life. Perhaps it already has. and I just have to be prepared for it with no questions asked. Well, no, I have multiple questions. I do love Chantal. I am so in love with her that it hurts. That first day at the bank, seeing her in the summer sunshine looking like happiness itself, I knew even then. I try to remember that, but fuck, this doesn't make any sense at all. I stand and pace the other end of the room, scratching at my hair like it has the answers. Well, what am I supposed to think? This isn't the life you envisioned for yourself. I'm not the kind of guy you thought you should be with. Now you're telling me you're pregnant? What am I supposed to say? You tell me you love me and we spend all this time together. I have to be able to trust you. I'm across the room from her, and I can breathe easier without her sweet scent distracting me, making me forget I have real concerns. I don't even know if she wants to do this with me. Keep the baby, I mean. I assume she does, since she told me and hasn't said anything of the like yet. Don't blame me for this, Logan. It's all new to me, the falling in love and the sex, and I never had to remember to take it before. As soon as I suspected, I took a test, but we can go to the doctor if you want. I took 10 of them. She sounds so lost and worried that it tugs at my heart. She already has the biggest grip on it. I took a deep breath and turned to her when I see the tears streaking down her face and through her makeup, her blue eyes watery and wide. I forget what I was even upset for. She loves me. I know she would never hurt me. And this isn't the best way to go about it, but this is what life has given me. Given us. I'm sorry, Princess. I guess I'm not good with the trust thing yet. A huge breath leaves me and takes most of my worries with it. Some of the tension in her body flies away, and then she walks toward me, coming up to take my hands in hers. I would never try and trap you, Logan. I would never try and use you. I love you. And I didn't mean to. It was a mistake, and if you don't want this, then I understand. A baby is definitely not what you signed up for, she says. I stare down at her and try to find the right words to say. Nothing makes sense, except to remind her how much she means to me. Sit down, Chantal. I take one of her hands in mine and lead her back to the love seat. I'm not fragile, Logan, just knocked up. Her laugh is soft, and I know she is relieved that I'm not being a prick anymore. I'm not good with surprises, honestly. I'm a man that way, but with her, maybe I should learn to, because she does that often. Yeah, I know, and I meant it when I said I loved you. That means I'm all in. I grip my hands over the side of her thighs, closer to her knees, and squeeze. Really? She asked me with shock, and I hate that she even has to second-guess that now. I want to be with her for the rest of my life. It's that simple. If I had a ring, I would propose to her right now. But I know I don't want her to think it's just because of the baby. Yeah, Princess, really. I know it wasn't the plan, but things never go according to plan. We didn't. I want this. You. All of it. I swear. I kiss her hard and let it linger. I have to catch my breath when we break apart. I love you, Logan. She laughs with joy, and I just look at her in awe. She is so damned perfect, beautiful. I can't wait to see what she will be like with a full pregnant belly, how good she will be with our kid. It doesn't even matter that she is young. She has done more growing up in all this time than I have ever seen from anyone. I love you too, Chantal, so fucking much. I kiss her again. We'll go to the doctor tomorrow together, okay? I say when we break apart. I don't want to miss anything with her, with our kid. Yeah, that's perfect, she breathes with relief. And I think back to the very beginning of this conversation, when things were simple. Now I know what she meant. Good. And I smile at her and take a long second to think. It's not like she will judge me for it. She isn't much better at it than me, and she only did it once or twice. But it is still the worst memory of my life that follows me to this day, and will as long as the guys in the club are assholes about it. They're my family, but still. I was riding into the compound from out of town. It had rained the night before and left a mudslide. I wiped out on my bike, and a bunch of guys saw. Tank, Darius, Rafe. I went flying, well, spinning. And so, I wince at the memory of it, and all she does is give me a blank stare. They call you Spin. Her giggles are shot before they turn to full-on laughs. The loudest I think I have ever heard her, and I thought I was funny on my own. Okay, that's enough. I grab her arms and try not to laugh with her. It is still a little funny to me, but only when I am laughing at myself. I still have a scar. She asked me about it, and I said I hadn't even known. The tattoo on my left arm covers the other scar I got from sliding across the asphalt and literally spinning. Oh, Logan, I was not expecting that. She wipes at her eyes from the happy tears from laughing so much. Whatever. Well, that's the truth. Just promise me this. I change the subject. While I love the joy she seems to be having, I still want to make sure that she knows I am in this for good. I won't run out on her. I won't push her away like her dad did, and I will never cheat on her, not in a million years and even after that. It is only her and our inside jokes and perfect, unexpected love. Promise me we never tell our kid that story. I lounge on the couch for a while with Chantal before I tell her I need to leave and tell the guys at the club. I'm sure other people don't tell everyone until a certain point, but they're like family to me, and I need to do some independent thinking anyway. But knowing I'm going to come back home to her in my bed makes leaving and coming back that much more exciting. Anyway, I head to the club and walk into the usual sight. It's half full for a Wednesday, and I find my buddies in the back near the pool table. I thought you weren't coming tonight, Spin. Rafe stands, and I shake his hand and we half hug. I laugh once and then sit next to him. The small table boasts him and his girlfriend, Paige. Spencer is at the bar, and Janine is probably spending time with her dad, I suspect. Darius is at the other end, with half a beer glass full, and Kit is chatting up a chick at the pool table, his usual type, brunette and shapely. Me either. I have news. I wait until one of the prospects hands me a fresh beer. It's a respect thing, plus they have to earn their keep. I sip the amber liquid and then shed my jacket with half a smile. You and Chantal okay? Darius asks, finally entering the conversation. He leans over the table, his rugged look even more so since he's been in and out lately. Him and Rafe have been settling stuff with the Devil's Princes that requires him to travel back and forth a lot. He even has a place down there in the nearby town. Yeah, we're great. She dropped the L word today. I grin. All the memories are muddled together to make up one of the best days of my life so far. I suspect the next may be when she gives birth or we get married. I grin again because I know for sure that's happening. I want to marry this girl. I want her to be mine forever. No shit. I hope you set it back, Rafe laughs. He has recently gone through the ups and downs of a new relationship, but he seems to be doing pretty good at it. Well, of course I did. She also dropped the P word, I add. Pussy? Darius laughs, and I frown at him and shake my head. No, she's sort of pregnant. I say it out loud and need alcohol to relax myself, so I drink more beer. And they go through the same method of reactions I did before I processed it fully. Sort of, Rafe asks. Well, not sort of, she is, and at first I was super confused. She's on the pill, you know, otherwise I would have wrapped it up. And I thought she planned this, which makes me sound fucked up, but after Chelsea, I'm not surprised by that line of questioning. But Chantal isn't like that. I forgot, she's younger sometimes, inexperienced. I sigh and drink more beer. Darius gives me the same look from before when he swiftly reminded me. They were a bit similar, but Chantal has always been better. She's kind and compassionate, and even if she had all her money again, she would use it to help other people first. It was never about status for her. Yeah, they tend to be that way. So, she forgot or something? Rafe asks. Yeah, pretty much. I guess she's about a month along now. I don't know, but we're going to the doctor tomorrow, I tell them, and I'm kind of excited about it. Oh, sweet. Well, congratulations, man. This is awesome. Darius claps my shoulder. He calls Kid over and fills him in with the news. I hope you're planning on marrying her. For the baby and the fat inheritance I'm sure she had, Kit says, and Rafe punches his arm and he winces. Ouch, what? He shrugs his shoulders. It's true. I shake my head at him and laugh. Well, yeah, I do plan on marrying her, but not for her money. Oh, shit, I gotta tell my parents. I scratch at my head and wonder how that conversation will go. But my mom is like the typical type. She worries if I will settle down and asks me every chance she gets. She worried about me a lot after what happened with my ex. At first, I didn't even tell her the whole story, but she got it out of me one day. Like me, she worried if I would ever trust again, love again. I'm glad that I can. Yeah, you do. At least they aren't around to crowd you, Kit laughs. His mom lives nearby, and more often than not, she brings baked goods by and leaves lipstick kisses on his cheek. It's funny. No, but they might not approve of me knocking up a young girl. I rub at my eyes. Fuck, we used to go to church, you know. Anyway, I'd have to move out of their place, too. I think aloud. I could stay there, and it could be cool, 2-generation home, but I'm sure they don't want to be living out of an apartment the rest of their lives. Unless they plan to travel longer. But my mom will jump at the opportunity to spoil grandkids. I doubt she would leave. You're a grown man. Not much they can do. But this is good. You and Chantal are really good together. We're happy for you. Maybe we should throw another party. Any reason to get drunk? Kit laughs. He's the most laid back out of all of us. There is nothing he can't find the bright side of, and he is very rarely serious. Sometimes inappropriately so. I'll take that into consideration. But now I'm thinking she should move in with me. I know she likes her place, but still, I say. I drink the rest of my beer, too. Yeah, but she should still have a place where she can have time to herself. Women are weird like that. She just got it, too, and especially since she's pregnant. Mood swings are a bitch, Darius says. Since when are you WebMD? Rafe snorts. I laugh and shake my head at them both. I guess you're right. I shouldn't move too fast with her. We've already covered so much ground in a short amount of time. Maybe it would be good to slow down and enjoy our independence for as much time as we can. Yeah, I know, but hey, pregnant sex is the best, so I've heard, Kit laughs. At least from a movie. We all laugh at him because that is a very typical thing for him to say. We spend some more time catching up and slinging beers back. It's good to have time with the guys and just relax without worrying about club business. But Rafe can't take a day off. He reminds us all about making sure no one starts trouble with the other clubs to hold this time of peace. And that upping the drug transport will bring in more cash. I'll be putting my math skills to use more often. The last thing I did was taxes, and I'm bored. I'd like to think maybe one day, when I'm 50 or so, I become an analyst like I thought I would, and not that Chantal is pregnant. I don't know. It's like that lifestyle is going to come faster than I thought, and that this one might have to go soon. It's when I am leaving the club that Darius comes up to me by the garage where my bike is parked. The night air is chilly, stars in the sky reminding me of Chantal back at home waiting for me. You're thinking of leaving the club, aren't you? I lean on my bike and face him. He crosses his arms, his cut is sleeveless, and leaves his colorful tattoos open. He does it for the ladies. I know him well. He knows me better than the other guys here, too. Sometimes it just happens that way. You find a guy who understands what it's like, and even though we've lived completely different lives, we know how to get each other. No, not leave the club, I sigh. But I don't know. Maybe it's not the best for family life. You know what Tank went through. Tore his family apart. Well, yeah, 'cause his wife gave him ultimatums. I don't think Chantal would do that. She would have already, knowing that she is pregnant. He tells me. His expression falls, and then he half smiles. You'd be leaving me here to suffer these dimwits alone. I chuckle. I don't plan on leaving town or anything. I'll still be here. Who the hell will help us hide our money from the feds? Run the shop, he chuckles. I laugh at him and shake my head. It is a pretty daunting task, making sure only a certain amount appears in one place, doesn't move too quickly between the other, plus the actual business licenses that the shop and bar require. I can teach you, I joke. Don't worry yourself, D. I'm not going anywhere except home right now. Hey, you should come by for dinner. Chantal is learning how to cook. I laugh and clap his shoulder, to which he shoves me off. No way am I eating frozen food, he jokes. We say our goodbyes, and then I head off for the house, eager to see Chantal. She might be asleep at this hour, but I know how to wake her up. My house has a long driveway, and it takes a bit to pull up, but once I do, I am hard-pressed for what I see. The familiar blue sedan with the horrid bunny sticker on the back, right next to the alumnus tag. What the fuck is my ex doing here? I quickly park the bike and then jog up to the front door right when it slams open. My ex walks out first, looking the same as ever, with her curly brown hair and dramatic features, tight jeans and shirt on. But I sidestep her and look straight to Chantal behind her, in a cute pink night set and matching scrunchie that makes my heart melt for her. What the fuck are you doing here? I step up the porch and stop Chelsea from leaving. She frowns at me, her eyes wide. I wanted to talk to you. I didn't know you were into babysitting now. Shut the fuck up. I wince at her acidic voice I once thought was firm and sexy. Now all I want is Chantal's sweet voice, soft and airy like the sun. Are you okay? I step to Chantal and hold her shoulders, looking down at her. She nods once, barefoot and half shivering, as she wraps her arms around herself. We need to talk, Logan. I have nothing to say to you. I turn back to Chelsea and frown. Get out of here. Me and you are done. We have been for a very long time. Lose my fucking address and don't come near me anymore, I shout. And I hate having to talk to her like that. I hate talking to any woman that way, but this is not what she is to me anymore. Just some bitch who almost ruined me for the right girl. She even starts to cry, which sucks for me because then I feel bad. Logan, Chantal whispers behind me. I turn to her shivering body as she looks up at me in wonder. I soften my eyes and face at her. I take my jacket off and throw it over her shoulders. It's fine, Princess. I'm sorry. I close my eyes and hate what I'm about to do. This is not how this is supposed to go. Wait inside, okay? Don't worry. I kiss her forehead and pull back to see the confusion on her face. I just hope that she trusts me. Yeah, give us some time alone to talk. Chelsea starts to speak again, and then I lose it. Damn it, leave me and my fiancé alone. I'm trying to be a decent guy here, but you're really testing me. I swear to God, I'll call the cops if you don't get off my property, I growl. Logan, just talk to her, Chantal whispers to me. Her hands cup my face and bring me back around to look at her. I trust you, okay? I'll be inside. She sighs and turns around, closing the door softly behind her. I stuff my hands in my pockets and turn on my heel to Chelsea, who waits with her arms crossed and that bored, expectant look on her face. Why did you come? I told her the last time I saw her that I didn't want to see her, and that was only a few months after finding out about her cheating. It has been almost 2 years now, so I don't understand. I miss you, Logan. I shouldn't have cheated on you. You seem to think I care about any of that anymore. It's in the past, forgotten. As in, I don't think about you anymore. I don't care about you or what you think. I've moved on. You should do the same. I exhale and step back, and she stops me again. Logan, I tried to. He probably just dumped you, and now you regret it. I'm sorry, Chelsea, I really am. I loved you back then, but that's not the same way I love Chantal. Please don't come around anymore. I wish you the best in life, I really do. Just not with me, I want to add, but I think I have done enough to try and say things that hurt her. It doesn't make my life any easier, won't make hers any easier. I'm not a bad guy, I don't like trying to be one either. She stares up at me for a while without saying anything. The wind creaks the porch swing and becomes the only noise around us. I'm sorry, Logan. I really am. I don't think I can move on until you forgive me. I'll keep thinking about how much I hurt you, and well, she seems nice, very innocent, but nice. Well, she is, and I forgave you a long time ago. You have my permission to move on, I say. And I refrain from adding that she is pregnant because I know Chelsea never wanted kids. It would just be a way of trying to hurt her again. I'm sorry, she says again, like she realized all the trouble she nearly caused tonight. I can only imagine what Chantal is thinking, but I know that she trusts me. I know that it won't be as bad as it could be. Yeah, I know. I step back and closer to the door, and she doesn't stop me this time. Get home safe. I turn the door handle. As it creaks, she nods and turns around at the same time, walking off to her car. She drives off, and I walk inside safely. I don't find Chantal until I get undressed and find her sitting on the edge of our bed, her eyes running circles around me when she looks at me. She still has my cut on, and I find it adorable on her, the way it's so big. Hey, princess. I stride over to her, kneeling in front of her. I cup her face and wipe her tears with my thumbs. She leans into my touch, but still regards me with apprehension. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know she would show up. She shouldn't have. I lean in and kiss her, but it is soft and short-lived. Well, that's okay. It's not your fault. She clears her throat and takes my jacket off, laying it on the bed. She sighs, and I inhale her warm scent. I can tell she just took one of her baths with the berry vanilla-scented stuff I bought her to keep here. I'm distracted by her nipples piercing her shirt in the cold air. How perfect her natural skin tone looks against the pink shorts and collared nightshirt she has on. She is so damned perfect and gorgeous, I find it hard to believe. I keep expecting to wake up from this dream, but I don't. She's pretty, Chantal murmurs. I laugh out of spite. Well, that's part of the charm, I guess, at first. I don't love her anymore. I hope you know that, I say. She nods. What happened when she came? I hope she didn't say anything to you. I frown at the thought. I got rid of her, but I would find her again just to bash her for that. You call me your fiancé. Did I miss something in our conversation from earlier? Was going to the doctor a euphemism for marry me? She giggles once. I drop my head and laugh, and then climb on the bed next to her. No, princess, I just was talking out of my ass. I mean, I want to marry you, of course I do. But I'm old-fashioned in that way. I want to talk to your dad first, make things right, get you a ring. Her smile is genuine as it spreads across her face. Well, I'm glad you said that. I was quite busy while you were gone, she grins. Busy? I chuckle once. Very much so. She kisses my cheek and pulls back to stare at me. This is the part where I come home to you and we tell each other about our days. I smile at her, so damned happy it hurts. Okay, me first. Chapter 14. Chantal. I'll be back. Don't miss me too much.
Logan chuckles, a grin that says he knows I will miss him anyway. I kiss him back and dot my tongue against his lips immediately. I have gotten better at the whole taking charge thing sometimes. He just gives me this sexual prowess that I can't explain. Now that I think of it, my pregnancy hormones might be to blame. Fuck, now I don't want to go. He grasps my hips through my dress and draws me closer to him. I love the way he takes charge of me, possesses me without being possessive. I love him just as much, too. It makes me more than happy. Now you go have fun with your boyfriends. Freak out about all the news. I laugh at him. I have no idea how men talk to each other about that kind of stuff, but I know I talked Janine's ear off trying to figure it out. Okay, princess. He kisses me and then he is out the door in seconds. I smile after him and lock the door. Since we already ate, I clean up a bit around the living room and then opt for one of my soothing baths. It helps now that I get fatigued later at night. Janine and I talk on the phone for a bit. I tell her about telling Logan and how she was right about him freaking out for only a second before he came to terms with it. His bathroom is really spa-like.
He even has a stand-in shower and a tub for added effect. He got some things for me to keep here, toiletries and lounge clothes. I plug my phone in to charge after I undress and am surprised when it rings with an unknown number. "Hello?" I answer tentatively. I hope it isn't a bill collector, but that would be impossible since Logan helps me with my credit card payments by advising me when to pay them. I realized I didn't have any credit, and that made it hard to find an apartment. But that's how long whoever called me is silent on the other end. I'm hanging up, I say. "No, wait. It's me, sweetheart. It's your dad." My entire body goes cold as I drop onto the bed in disbelief. My mouth hangs open and my little flip phone almost slips out of my hand. But I grab onto it as tight as I can and replay his voice. It has been months, and he hasn't called me at all, not texted. Only Uncle Ethan has reached out to me, made sure I didn't disappear and die or something. "Why are you calling me?" My voice cracks. Tears already form at my eyes from frustration, and I hate that I am reacting this way. "I miss you, sweetheart. I'm worried about you." "You made yourself very clear when I left," I remind him. "I still think about this all the time. With Uncle Ethan it was different because he isn't my dad and can't judge me. But I told him about Logan and how I feel and being pregnant. Even he knew Dad wouldn't like that very much. Now I just want to spite him." "I can be wrong, Chantal. I know that now. Having you gone, not knowing where you are, Ethan reached out to me, and it took me too long to call you. I'm sorry for that." "How did you even get my number?" I ask, barely believing him. "I sent someone to look after you a few weeks ago, make sure you were okay." "You had me followed? What the hell is wrong with you, Dad? That is so invasive." I fume with anger. "I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to reach out to you, and you had security back in college, too." "When I knew about it, not like this." I trail off and think, "So, you know about Logan then, my boyfriend?" I ask cautiously. His breathing falls short, and I can imagine his chubby face turning red and eyes twitching. I get my blue eyes from him, actually. A lot of my personality comes from him, and while I don't like that very much, it's the truth. "Yes, I know. He seems—" "I don't care what you think of him, Dad. I love him," I say proudly. I have never talked about this stuff with my dad before, but I don't have time to learn how. "I was going to say he seems like a good guy. Unconventional, but good and smart. I ran a background check." "Dad, stop invading people's privacy. My God!" "You know he is a criminal." "He's not," I say firmly, even though I am not all that convinced. I have foregone thinking about that, though, dwelling on the possibility. He is a good man, and that's all that matters. "I don't mean violent. I have got guys around here doing the same thing. Don't worry." "You hurt me, Dad. I can't ignore that. You can't ignore it," I whisper. He goes silent, and I know that isn't what he wants to hear. If he could keep the emotion out of his life, he would choose that second to money. But I am not like that. Maybe I am more like Mom in that way. "I know, sweetheart. I regret that. Maybe I have aged more in the past few months, but it has made me wiser, made me see. I shouldn't have tried to force you into the company, this life. I am so proud of how you picked yourself up, even though I had nothing to do with that." He half laughs. "I love you, Chantal. I want you to be happy." "Well, I am happy now," I sigh. "I love you too, Dad." I swallow back tears, and I feel better inside at having said that. Having this conversation. I am so glad he reached out first, that he is being my father for once and not trying to boss me around. This is what I have always wanted. I hadn't realized how much it affected me until I feel this lightness in my chest. "Good, sweetheart, good. Perhaps we can spend the holidays together," he suggests. I smile, but then feel the next pang of uncertainty. Well, I would love to, but I can't really travel around that time. I cross my legs and take a shaky breath. "The thing is, well, I'm pregnant, Dad." I chew at my lip and wonder in fear what he might say. I spent most of my teen years in boarding school. He only got called when I got the flu and was really sick for a while. Otherwise, he didn't pay much attention. So I don't know if getting knocked up is a hard line. Maybe that's why I wasn't so good at paying attention. Chantal. It's not Logan's fault. He is very old-fashioned. In fact, he really wants to meet you, which I'm really worried about. I suppose I'm rambling. I sigh. I move closer to the edge of the bed, and it creaks, the only sound in the room. He clears his throat before speaking. I know you have a level head, sweetheart, and I know that I can't control your life anymore. Grandkids, that's unexpected. But I can help make your life easier if you want. We can set boundaries. I breathe a sigh of relief, and one happy tear slides down my cheek. I wipe it away and smile to myself. Well, what do you mean boundaries? I laugh once, and I can hear him smile. I mean, you're going to need things for the baby, for you. So, anytime you need anything, just ask me. It makes me proud to help you, even though I know you don't need me anymore. Dad, I'll always need you. You're my father. When you're being reasonable, at least, I giggle. Ah, yes, like I said, I am getting better at that. So we can talk soon, then. Yeah, Dad, this is my number now, I tell him. Thanks for calling. Well, of course. I enjoyed talking with you. I love you. I love you too, Dad. I take a deep breath and hang up and stare at my phone like I can't believe this actually happened. But it has. Logan was right. I wouldn't feel completely convinced about all of this unless I had talked to my father and cleared the air. Now it was like this new life isn't an escape. It is just my life. And all points can come together now. After a long, soothing bath, I moisturize and put on this pink nightset that Logan got for me. The shorts are very many, and the shirt is collared. I like it because it reminds me of my old night clothes. It's like he knew I went to bed dressed over the top the way I used to be. I brushed out my hair and tie it up with a scrunchie before I go into the kitchen and find a snack. I get tired at night and then hungry. I eat a grilled cheese and then plan on watching some reality TV before there's a knock at the door. I frown because Logan doesn't get visitors much, and the ones that do have a key. I almost want to ignore it before they knock again. I make a face, and then I decide to go to it, swinging the big wood door open. Hi, I smile at a woman, maybe a bit older than me, the way she wears her long brown hair pinned behind her ear. She is a bit taller than me and shapely, tight jeans and a black crop top. When she smiles at me, though, it is fake and sneering. It reminds me of my sorority sisters in college, those bitches. Who are you? She asks. Well, you're the one knocking on my door. I tilt my head at her and stand between the half-closed door. Her head juts back. Your door? This is Logan Newsom's house, isn't it? Are you house-sitting? Is he out of town? She crosses her arms and peers inside. I look in confusion after she says all that. But for some reason I have this feeling that leads me to the conclusion. This is Chelsea. It has to be. Janine described her to me in perfect detail, and all of this is it. Well, no, I'm not house-sitting. He's my boyfriend, but he's out right now. I can tell him you dropped by. I swallow hard. I'm not the type of girl that can face up to the elusive ex. She looks over me like asking why I am so young, looking wide-eyed and confused, how Logan could want me. That could just be in my innate fears, but her eyes are pinning me down. I'd rather wait. Can I come in? She walks inside before I can even stop her, and I am blindsided. But what can I actually do? I can't throw her out. I'm not into fighting. Logan and I go way back. Yeah, he told me about you, I say in a way that tells her I know everything. She flattens her expression and leans against the door frame. I step back onto the entryway carpet and dig my bare feet into it. We still love each other. That kind of thing doesn't go away so easily. I'm sure you think you love him and all that, but you're young and you should see what else is out there. She curdles her voice, and it's patronizing. I don't think so, Chelsea. As a matter of fact, I don't want to have this conversation at all. You need to leave. I exhale. I feel nauseous, and that isn't supposed to happen yet. My cheese and bread threatens an appearance, and I hate that it is her doing it to me. She shakes her head and stands her ground, and I don't know what it would take to get her to leave. I definitely can't tell her that I am pregnant. That would just be malicious and intended to hurt her. I am not very good at that. Luckily, it is the roar of Logan's bike in the distance that gets her trekking back outside. I quiver in fear, thinking maybe he invited her here and that she was waiting for him. But he told me he loves me, and I believe him. He parks his bike in its usual spot. When he gets off, he slows at seeing her car parked, and then he strides up the porch steps, fuming. His eyes miss mine entirely. "What the fuck are you doing here?" He shouts at her, and I wince at never having heard him raise his voice like that. She frowns up at him, and it is like watching a lover's quarrel, or ex-lover. It is clear that they loved each other once, but he has no feelings for her now, and she is desperately hanging on. "I wanted to talk to you. I didn't know you were into babysitting now." She is patronizing as hell, and I have never wanted to hit someone so much in my life. "Shut the fuck up." Logan shakes his head in disbelief at her. "Are you okay?" He finally comes over to me, and then he holds me at my shoulders in his warm, soothing hands. I look up into the brightness of his green eyes that ground me in this moment, tell me everything that I need to know. The wind is a little chilly, and then I shiver slightly. All I can do is nod. This is all happening so fast. "We need to talk, Logan." "I have nothing to say to you." He turns back to Chelsea, and his jaw goes so tight I see it pulse with his heartbeat. He is pissed to see her, but not in a way that still hurts him, but that he is worried about me. "Get out of here. Me and you are done. We have been done for a very long time. Lose my fucking address and don't come near me anymore." He shouts at her fully, and I wince, but she doesn't move an inch. All I can see is the fake plead for tears she has, and then they start welling in her face. I want to say something, but I feel like it isn't my place. Nothing I say will even help this along. "Logan?" I whisper and don't even expect him to hear me, but he does. He turns around and looks over my appearance, then he shrugs off his jacket and puts it around me. I accept the warmth and security of it. It's a piece of him, after all. "It's fine, Princess. I'm sorry." He closes his eyes with a deep breath and then opens them. They blaze down on me in their green, liquid love for me. It makes me trust him, makes me forget all about this drama and only accept us. "Wait inside, okay? Don't worry." He kisses my forehead. I make a face of confusion, wondering why he would want to send me away. I tell my insecurity to shut up. "Yeah, give us some time alone to talk." "Damn it, leave me and my fiancé alone. I'm trying to be a decent guy here, but you're really testing me. I swear to God, I'll call the cops if you don't get off my property." His growl cuts the night air and strikes through me, even more so the fact that he called me his fiancé. I really must be losing it because I do not remember that at all, but it reminds me that he does love me that much. He does love me. "Logan, just talk to her," I say to him when he turns to me. I briefly hold his face in my hands, and he relaxes only a little, his tension dripping away. "I trust you, okay? I'll be inside." I nod to myself as if I believe this is right, but I do. I walk in and shut the door, taking a deep breath and hoping it soothes my racing heart and coiled body. My legs are languid as I walk back upstairs to his bedroom. But sitting there waiting just feels wrong. I walk around the other parts of his house. His den is actually pretty calming. It smells like him and a little bit from when he used to smoke, but the cologne and wood polish overpower it. His desk doesn't have much on it but a computer, and there's a small wall of photos by a bookshelf. It's all of him and his parents. He looks a lot like his mom, which I think is cute. His dad, he might look like when he is older. But this all just reminds me that he has chosen me and that he loves me. Even more so, I love him. More than I thought I could. Today has shown me that I can grow in a short amount of time, just like I did when I first got here. The fact that I am pregnant with his baby shouldn't trap him, and if I felt like I did, I would not let him tie himself to me only for that. But I look in his eyes and know that it is only us, no one else. I return to his bedroom, and the bathroom light is on, so I know he is in there. When he walks back out, he is completely naked, but I don't notice it much. One, because my head is spinning, and also that he does that very often anyway. "Hey, Princess." He strides over to me, kneeling in front of me. He cups my face and wipes the last of my invisible tears away. I lean into his touch, but I think my face says everything about what just happened. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't know she would show up. She shouldn't have." He kisses me, just to feel his lips against mine, and it calms me a little bit inside. "That's okay, it's not your fault." I clear the kinks out of my throat from the old tears. Since I am back inside, I take his jacket off and the cool air hits me hard. From how Logan is looking at me, I am warming up from the inside and my nipples harden under my shirt. I can feel him looking at me the way he always does, even as my eyes drift away. "She's pretty," I mutter. His laugh is spiteful. "That's part of the charm, I guess, at first. I don't love her anymore. I hope you know that." I nod. "What happened when she came? I hope she didn't say anything to you." He frowns, and I feel bad. I don't want to make things worse than they already are. "You called me your fiancé. Did I miss something in our conversation from earlier? Was going to the doctor a euphemism for marry me?" I giggle once, when really that is what heavily weighs on my mind. The fact that he said that. His head droops like he saw that coming, and then he moves to sit on the bed. I glance at his cock laying against his thigh and wish this conversation could go elsewhere, but it can't, not just yet. "No, Princess, I just was talking out of my ass. I mean, I want to marry you, of course I do, but I'm old-fashioned in that way. I want to talk to your dad first, make things right, get you a ring." When he says that, I smile, because it reminds me that bridge has been mended. I'm glad you said that. I was quite busy while you were gone." I smile wider. "Busy?" His chuckle is warm. Very much so." I lean in to kiss his cheek. My lips linger, and then I pull back to look in his eyes. He smiles back, and I know it is obvious how he feels. "This is the part where I come home to you, and we tell each other about our days." "Okay, me first." I grin because I can't hold this in much longer. He lays on his side and props his head on his pillow. I sit by his face and trail my fingers down the muscles of his sides. "I talked to my dad," I exhale. "Really?" His eyes widen. "Yeah, really, we talked and it was great. He apologized, and even though he had someone following me, I can tell he just cares about me and isn't very good at it." I half laugh. "I'm so happy about that, Chantal. I know how much he means to you. And what do you mean followed?" "He had someone find me and make sure I'm okay. I guess it is endearing, as horrible as it is," I relent. "But he also knows about you. He ran a background check," I say, and then he tenses up. "No shit?" "All the shit. But at least he doesn't have anything against you. I guess that makes it easier. If you want to, I guess, ask him permission to marry me or something like that." I giggle softly. I still can't believe this is my life, but Logan is here and very real. "I told you that I want to marry you, and I meant it. And I'd love to meet your dad or ask him in person. Does he know about little Logan coming?" I laugh. Please don't call him Little Logan. And I told him I can't really travel over the holidays, and that's when he would have time. So maybe we can arrange a phone call or something. But I did tell him, and I think he really wants to make amends. I tell him, "I wish it had happened sooner, but all this happened for a reason. I can accept that now." "Well, he should. Took him long enough. Is it my turn?" He kisses my thigh and draws me closer to him. I lay across his chest sideways and face him. I guess, he chuckles. I told the guys about everything. It only made me more excited for all of this. I'm ready to have a life with you, Chantal. I love you. His voice seeps with devotion. I kiss his muscled chest and smile. Well, I love you too. They didn't have anything bad to say? He laughs like that would be absurd. No, they all love you. It did bring up some thoughts I had with Darius. About leaving the club someday, or taking a step back. I mean, we're going to have a real family. Janine had to split her life when she was 12 after Tank's wife left him. Well, why did she leave? I ask. He sighs and shakes his head. She didn't agree with the club lifestyle, and he didn't want to leave it behind. He helped start the club in the first place. Yeah, but you're just the numbers guy. If you actually went on those drug runs and stuff, it would be different, I say. Well, yeah, that's true. I lean up and cradle his cheek in my hand. The club is your family too, Logan. You wouldn't be the same if you left it behind. And I don't want you to, I tell him. I don't want him to think he has to give it up for me. It was never about that. They are all important to him. We can all be family. Well, okay, Darius will be happy about that, he chuckles and holds me close. Are you happy, Logan? As happy as I am? I straddle his waist and hug him around his middle. Of course I am, Princess. You make me the happiest man there is. He hugs me back and kisses the top of my head. Good, I grin against his chest. I'm the happiest woman that there is, too. Chapter 15. Logan. I look at Chantal with pure love for her. She is so strong and collected, warm. The way she handled all that is admirable. I'm glad to be sitting next to her and doing what I always imagined I would want to do. She looks really excited about whatever it is she wants to tell me, and I wait patiently as she placates the moment. I talked to my dad, she exhales, and I see her visibly relax. Really? My eyes widen. Yeah, really. We talked, and it was great. He apologized, and even though he had someone following me, I can tell he just cares about me and isn't very good at it. She half laughs. I'm so happy about that, Chantal. I know how much he means to you. And what do you mean followed? I made a face at that last part. He had someone find me and make sure I'm okay. I guess it is endearing, as horrible as it is. She tilts her head. But he also knows about you. He ran a background check. She says that, and I immediately get worried about how that may impact the club. We don't need the feds on our ass. The cops already made their dislike for us known when they went after Rafe. No shit? I wonder aloud. All the shit, but at least he doesn't have anything against you. I guess that makes it easier, if you want to, ask him permission to marry me or something like that. She giggles softly like she still can't believe this. Believe me. I told you that I want to marry you. I meant it. And I'd love to meet your dad, or ask him in person. Does he know about little Logan coming? I look down at her belly and can't wait to see it full with our baby. I didn't even think that was a thing, that I could be excited about that part. But even with not knowing this was happening, I am still 100% on board. She laughs. Oh, please don't call him little Logan. And I told him I can't really travel over the holidays, and that's when he would have time. So maybe we can arrange a phone call or something. But I did tell him, and I think he really wants to make amends. She sounds so much lighter saying this, talking about her dad. Well, he should. Took him long enough. Is it my turn? I kiss her thigh and then position her to be closer to me. I guess, she relents. I chuckle. I told the guys about everything. It only made me more excited for all this. I'm ready to have a life with you, Chantal. I love you. I convince her as much as I can that this is real, that she shouldn't ever have to worry about my devotion to her. She kisses my chest and smiles. I love you too. And they didn't have anything bad to say, she asks. I laugh at the absurdity. No, they all love you. It did bring up some thoughts I had with Darius about leaving the club someday or taking a step back. I mean, we're going to have a real family. Janine had to split her life when she was 12 after Tank's wife left him. I sigh at the memory. I was freshly in the club, so people's personal lives weren't my forte, but I knew it affected him. She used to run around the lot with all the bikes, and he'd be so happy to have her there. Then she was just gone. "Why did she leave?" she asks. I sigh and shake my head, trying to summarize it. She didn't agree with the club lifestyle, and he didn't want to leave it behind. He helped start the club in the first place. "Yeah, but you're just the numbers guy. If you actually went on those drug runs and stuff, it would be different." "Yeah, that's true," I agree. She leans up on my body, pressing more of her weight into me, and then she cups my face in her soft hand in that natural, caring way she has. It makes me lean into her and beg for more. "The club is your family too, Logan. You wouldn't be the same if you left it behind, and I don't want you to." She says that, and I am just glad I don't have to think about that anymore. Well, okay, Darius will be happy about that. I laugh and hold her tighter. "Are you happy, Logan? As happy as I am?" She moves to straddle my waist, and my cock stirs in response. "Of course I am, Princess. You make me the happiest man there is." I hug her back and kiss the top of her head. "Good." She squeezes me and lays her body on mine for a hot minute, and I let it be just that before my body takes over. "Logan," she gasps, feeling my cock piercing her pussy over her little shorts. I saw this set and thought of her immediately, knew that I had to see it on her. At first, she was averse to me buying her clothes sometimes, but I told her it was more for me, so I can see her in them. "Yes, Princess?" I trail my lips over her jaw and then find hers, kissing her deeply. I release her lips with a pop, and then she looks down over me. "I want you. All the time I want you," she moans. I lick my lips and nod. "I want you too." I work fast to get her clothes off, and then I lay her down and kiss over every inch of her soft body. She is absolutely edible. I kiss over her stomach a bit longer, and then move down to her dripping pussy, intending to eat her dry and then get her wet again. "Oh, God, don't stop." She slides her fingers through my hair and traps me between her legs until she is good and ready to let me go, and I would have it no other way. Her soft thighs clamp around my face harder when she comes, and I relish every second of it. She just feels so damn good, I find it hard to pull away from her, but I do, when my cock says it needs her. I kiss back up her body, through the center of her breasts and around her nipples, before I reach her jaw and whisper in her ear. "You've never had me slow. I might just blow your mind." I nip at her ear and then trail down to her lips. We breathe together as I slip inside her, and it's better than going all at once. I know I don't necessarily have to be careful, but I want to go slow. I want to feel all of her for once. It is completely different than the other times, than when it is just about pleasure. But this is about our bodies coming together, mating. "Oh, you feel so good, Logan. Amazing." She holds me tight with her arms and legs, and I am trapped in her. "You feel good too, Princess. Perfect." I kiss her shoulder and turn my head to hover over her. I look in her blue eyes that open up to me, all her love for me showing in just one look. I start to move inside her, sliding in and out, feeling her clench around me. Her hips meet mine and my pelvis rocks against hers, hitting her clit every time. I know exactly where all her sweet spots are, and I use them. I want her coming as much as possible because she deserves it. All the pleasure in the world, all the good parts. Our bodies get slick and warm against each other as there is no space between us. Nowhere for us to go except in each other. "Logan, yes," she cries out, Against my ear, I hear all her breathless moans and how she cries out for me, the way she moans my name. It sends me right over the edge, and I empty myself inside her, coming as hard as possible because it is just that damn good. Damn, princess, you are perfect. I kiss her, our tongues swirling together immediately. I slip out of her and lay next to her, kissing her still in the same breath. Eventually, I find it in me to break the kiss, and we just hold each other for a long while. She falls asleep before me, lightly snoring against my chest, her lips pressed against me. I hold her as tight as possible, like I could never let her go. And I don't want to, not if it means being without her. I love her so much it hurts. Then it feels good all at the same time. My hand slides down over her belly as I hold her, imagining what it will be like when she is heavily pregnant, when our baby comes and hopefully looks just like her. I almost want a girl just for that effect, so she will be just like her. But a son will be good too. I'd raise him to be as good a man as possible. Realizing I will be a parent soon is insane, but with her I can do everything. I can be invincible. Chapter 16. Chantal. You look amazing. I'm in shock. Oh, don't be so coy, I giggle at Janine. She just continues to look me over in surprise, and I smile at her. I'm not. I mean it. This is so surprising. Janine hasn't seen me since she left for school in September last year. But now it's early April, and my baby is due any day now. It has been just over a year since I first got to this town, since my life changed for the first time. Yeah, I guess I got lucky with a fast metabolism. Maybe it's the baby. Logan has one, so maybe they will inherit it. We both wanted to be surprised, and so we don't know the sex yet, but I am excited to be shocked on the day I give birth. I live with him now permanently at his house, and we got the nursery finished last month. I met his parents over the holidays before they went back on a world cruise, and my dad was able to fly in. I was really nervous about that, him meeting Logan especially. But my dad ordered in dinner, overly fancy of course, and he treated him like a regular guy. I got to reconnect with him in ways I didn't think I could. I thought it was too late for us. My dad offered me money again, but I didn't take it. Instead, I just asked for his help to start my own company, the one I had been dreaming about since college. It is geared towards young women that don't have access to the same privileges as others, so the charity aspect comes before it being for profit. He was really proud of me, even though I had mentioned it before. I suppose he wasn't listening. But he is now. And Logan had that chivalric talk with him about marrying me, but he insists on surprising me, and by the time he put that ring on my finger, I had forgotten. I wanted to wait for Janine to get back before we got married, though. She is my only girlfriend, and I need her help, though she isn't much better at the planning than me. I don't even want a big wedding. I'd be fine with a reception at the club, or even a courthouse. I just hope I don't give birth before then. The ring and baby make me weigh a ton. Have you guys thought about names? She asked me. We are at the cafe downtown, where we actually went before with one of her good friends. She is a teacher and couldn't make it today, but I don't talk to her much. I'm not very good at groups of friends. Yeah, he keeps messing around and coming up with the weirdest things. I sip my orange juice. I think it is just his way of hiding his nerves. Logan does that sometimes, I giggle. Yeah, it must be a guy thing. Plus, it's like they move in packs. Spencer brought up marriage the other day. She makes a face. You don't want to get married? I take a bite of my grilled cheese. Well, yeah, but not now. I'm so young, she says, and then she corrects. Not that you're too young. You're much more mature than me. I couldn't do all this. I shake my head. I don't think I'm all that mature. I mean, last year I had to become a completely different person. You would have hated me if we met before then. I stuff my mouth with more bread and cheese, and she laughs at me, picking up a chicken salad. Yeah, probably. But at least your dad paid for our nice vacation. She wiggles her brow. I smile at the memory. I withstood the group thing, and the three of us went to a concert out of town, stayed for one night. Logan was worried sick, as if I couldn't go to a concert being pregnant, but he is just overprotective. It is sweet sometimes. Yeah, that's true, and sometimes I am still scared as hell about all this, but it gets better. I'm just so happy it hurts. I laugh once. Yeah, I felt like that with Spencer at first. Sometimes now, too. He thought about leaving the club, and I thought that was absolutely insane. I don't want him to leave that behind. It's his family. It means a lot to him. We are just now finding a way to work through things together, I tell her. We talk while she is away, but I don't like worrying her with all my personal problems. And Logan is adjusting to me having actual work days. When I'm not too tired, I wake up early and get started making calls with activists and investors, and finding a place for the charity to call home. It makes sense to start it at a school here. That way we can branch out. It's crazy I used to think I wanted to work in retail or some sort of corporate business. I still don't want to work for my dad, but now my values are geared more towards family. Oh no, he shouldn't leave the club. I mean, sometimes it is hard. It was for my parents, but my dad is one of the really active ones, out there on the prowl. Before he retired, at least. But Logan isn't like that. He's the silent kind of member, but he is one of the founders, she explains. I nod at first. I hadn't known that. But most of his money comes from getting a percentage of their profits from the side activities, then the bar and the shops. Yeah, you're right. I guess things change when a child is in the equation, but still. I eat more of my grilled cheese and am stuffed for the time being. I don't eat much more than normal, but I have changed what I eat. Less pizza, more greens, but that doesn't ever last long. I know, and if you need to talk, you can just call me. I was raised on this club business, she giggles softly. Thanks. You've been a really good friend all this time. I probably wouldn't have made it in the beginning without you. Without clothes, she laughs, leaning forward. And you're welcome. I'm glad to have done it. She smiles. We finish our lunch and then stop by one of the boutique-type stores here, and I look at baby clothes. I already have a ton. I shop online a little too much with my family card. I'm somehow glad, though, that I can leave that for our child, and if they wanted, would never have to worry about work. But that was never what it was about. My dad worked so hard to do that for me and lost sight along the way, almost lost me along the way. But I am glad that he has me back now, that everything has fallen into place. I return home and see Logan's bike out front. Whenever I make plans, I usually tell him, but I forgot. Today's lunch was last minute. I find him in the kitchen, shirtless in red briefs, stirring something over the stove. I look over the expanse of his muscles and get that stirring inside again, and not from the baby kicking. It does that all day, starting in the afternoons usually, and I'm huge now, but only in the belly area. Logan says my ass has gotten bigger, but I wouldn't be able to tell. I mostly wear dresses now anyways. Hey, I announce myself and come around the counter. He turns, smiling when he sees me. Hey, princess, I wondered where you were. He draws me close as he can with my belly, and then leans down to kiss me. He doesn't call and check on me in that way, like he is keeping tabs on me. I was out at lunch with Janine and one shopping stop. I set the brown bag on the counter. What are you making? I ask him. He drops the spatula down and looks in the bag, grinning. Pancakes. What is this? He picks up the baby-sized leather jacket. Whether it is a boy or a girl, the jacket will work because it is plain black with little silver buttons. A jacket, I giggle. And even though I just had a grilled cheese, I am prepared to have at least 2 of those pancakes. He makes them very well, in my defense. It is so fucking cute. Oh my God. He folds it back and laughs. It has been funny seeing how he reacts to all the baby stuff. The first doctor's appointment, when we could hear the heartbeat, I cried, and he tried not to. But maybe he did on the inside. It just made it all so real. I have all the photos in progression. I'm thinking of some sort of artwork to showcase it. Pinterest has become my pastime. I know. I hug him from the side. He turns and smiles down at me, kissing my lips again. It's soft and slow, the way I am used to with him now. Sometimes he goes back to his rougher side, and I love it, but I get tired way faster now. It's a wonder I can even go once. But sex went from every day, sometimes twice a day, to a few times a week. Unless I am progressively horny, which chooses its moments. But Logan has been supportive through it all. He's been amazing, actually. You feel okay? He kisses my forehead and then pulls back. Yeah, I'm great, I answer. He turns back to the stove and I walk around the table, stopping by the opening to the kitchen. I look out over the sunlight. Summer here is so pretty and peaceful. Then I get a hard feeling in my back that makes me want to sit down, and then something else. Logan, I call out, panic rising in my throat. Yeah, princess? He hasn't turned around yet. I take a deep breath and look down to make sure. Holy crap. Logan, my water just broke.
Chapter 17. Logan. Any day now. Darius laughs at me. He finds it amusing. It is just my rising panic that does that, though. You keep telling me that. I sit on his couch and try not to punch one of his pillows. I'm worried and nervous. I can read all the books I want, but nothing will actually prepare me for this. Chantal is so much better at it than me. She is better at most everything. Not panicking, for one. I try not to overcrowd her with worry, let her live her life. But I just love being around her so much. I love knowing that she is okay. I woke up today and she had gone already. I assume she is working. But I'm not the kind of guy that keeps tabs on her, checks where she is all the time. Even though she is pregnant with my kid, she is independent and capable. Watching her transform into this beautiful mother has been the highlight of it all. In the past year, I have only grown to love her more every day. Now our baby is coming at the drop of any pen, and I don't know how to handle it. We are actually engaged now, but she wanted Janine back for the wedding, and so we would have to do it pretty soon, or set a date so my parents can come. Her dad, too. Boy, that was scary. But Darius distracts me from all that. Because it's the truth, he chuckles, sipping his beer. I forewent because it is still too early for me. Yeah, true. I ask him about how his sister is doing. He recently knocked some guy for her, but she always chooses the bad ones. We have both been spending time at the club more since he doesn't have to leave for the other town so much. Things are looking up, less mini turf fights between clubs. Don't worry, man, it will be fine. Chantal is going to make a great mom. You'll be an okay dad. And you can be the shitty uncle, I laugh. I don't have siblings. The guys at the club are like my brothers, especially Darius. I have already appointed him godfather, so when I wake up in the middle of the night for the birth, he has to too. The highlight of my life. I've been training for it. He is drinking beer at 11 a.m. to prove it. We talk a bit more and then I have to get going, hoping to be home before Chantal. I decide to make pancakes. Even if she already ate, she will be hungry again by the time she gets home. I told her not to worry about gaining weight, that I don't care about that. But she still insists on her daily walks and being somewhat healthy. That goes out the window when those late-night ice cream cravings hit, though. But she has put on a little around her ass, which I'm a fan of, and her tits. Goodness, she is just gorgeous. I think about her even when she is not around, especially when she is not around. That's why I'm so happy when I hear her walk in. I've just mixed the chocolate chips in the pancake mix. She stands there looking at me for a few seconds, though, thinking I don't notice. It's like she refuses to believe her footsteps are loud as hell. Hey! Her soft voice comes through the silent house, and I grin. I turn and smile wider. She looks absolutely radiant in this purple dress. It's like a shirt, but longer. It hugs at her breasts and tightens around her belly. It's cute and rounded, making her look like a fantasy in my head. Hey, princess. I wondered where you were. I hug her when she comes up closer to me and kiss her briefly.
I was out at lunch with Janine and one shopping stop, she says, and I am not surprised about the shopping. She doesn't spend more money now that her father made amends, but she does for the baby, which I appreciate since I think little clothes are a scam. But she wants our baby to look cute. What are you making? She asks. I drop the spatula and look in the brown bag, grinning right away. Pancakes. What is this? I see the leather and smile immediately. Then lift it to see its mini shape, and suddenly I'm imagining a chubby little baby on a motorcycle, the jacket swallowing it up. I'm glad we decided not to know the sex. It keeps the last surprise of our lives alive. A jacket, she giggles. It's so fucking cute, oh my God. I fold it down and it reminds me of the first time I saw the little thing on the sonogram. Actually, seeing the baby alive and moving, hear its heart beating. It is an indescribable feeling. I tried not to cry in front of her. I'm saving a dramatic reaction like that for the birth or our wedding, but damn, it just all makes my heart so happy. I know. She hugs me from the side. I turn and hold her close so I can kiss her. She feels colder to the touch, and I pull back with concern. You feel okay? I kiss her forehead. Yeah, I'm great, she tells me, but I'm half convinced. But the butter is burning, so I have to turn the stove down. I stop when she says my name. Logan? She sounds worried, and I don't know if it's because she is so far away or what. Yeah, princess. I stir the dough back up, and then just as I'm about to pour it, she drops a sizzling bomb on me. Logan, my water just broke. My whole body runs cold, and I rush over to her. Are you serious? I gasp. She gives me a look that says, why would I joke? She is right about that one. I need to stay calm. She has enough to worry about, and she starts to wince in pain, too. I'll get the bag. Go ahead and start the car, I tell her. We got a sedan a few months ago in preparation. Can't exactly rush to the hospital on a motorbike. It's fine, Logan. It doesn't hurt that bad yet, she says when we are in the car and I am fumbling with the steering. Better knock on wood with that one, princess. I rub her knee as I drive. Luckily, I don't live that far. But I can't believe this is happening, all moving so fast, just like us. Yeah, maybe. This is really happening? She takes a breath. I smile at her and turn back to the road, driving too fast. Yeah, this is really happening. We get to the hospital, parking out by visitor parking. Entering from the ER side, everything happens in such a rush. The checking in, getting a room, then she is in a hospital gown, sweating and now in pain. I told you, knock on wood. Shut up. She half laughs, holding my hand. I smile and sit next to her on the bed. I make all the right calls. I call Darius and he can tell everyone else. I call my mom and she makes me promise pictures. Then I call her dad. He says he can have the best OB down there in a few hours, but we don't have that long. Plus, we already like our doctor, and he will come soon too. That puts Chantal at ease, and I'm glad for it. We are the only ones in the room when it is finally time. I know all my friends are waiting outside for us, our friends, but all I can focus on is this moment where I can see a physical representation of our love, so perfect and beautiful. A boy. He has your nose. I hug them both in my arms and look in awe at him. He's been cleaned up and swaddled in a blue blanket. His eyes are still closed, and his little hands grasp and open up. I can't believe he is actually here now. You think so? She trails her finger down his face, and she's doing skin on skin, so my awe spreads even more to watching her become a mother right before my eyes. Of course. He's beautiful just like you. He even has hair already, dark like mine. And then he opens his eyes for half a second, enough for us to see the color. See, I told you. A little Logan. We can't name him that, she laughs. I know she is tired and has done so much. She just wants more time to enjoy this first. Yeah, how about Michael? Too boring, she giggles. I look down at her and kiss her head. We have time. The nurses don't need it yet, I remind her. She nods, and I can tell she might doze off soon. I hold our son for a while as she lays her head against me. He's so light and fragile. It's hard to believe they start out this small in the first place. I like Cameron, I say. We thought about it briefly in the past, had a little book we circled names on. Chantal nods eagerly.
Cameron.
She cradles his face and traces the smooth round of his cheek. Just like that, he has a name. My son. God, this is too perfect. Exactly how I dreamed it. My family. Epilogue. Chantal. I don't look like a marshmallow? I look at myself in the mirror, checking with Janine. You look beautiful. I shrug at myself, looking in the mirror. The wedding dress is perfect, white and lacy, Cinderella type, just like I like. Maybe I could have waited longer, lost some of my chubs. But Logan was getting restless, wanted me in this big white dress as soon as possible. 4 months is good enough. Cameron is thriving, doesn't cry too much, eats on a normal schedule. He's unproblematic like his father. Motherhood is an entirely different ballgame. My body has changed so much, and my emotions, but all for the better.
Thank you. You look good, too, I smile at her.
She's my maid of honor, wearing a nice purple dress with drooping sleeves. Aw, thanks, but today's about you. You and Logan will finally be married. She jumps with excitement, and I join her. We won't have a honeymoon. I don't really need one. Staying at home with him and our son will be good enough for me, getting to have him again. I chose a nice event hall at my dad's discretion. It was the least I could do. He is walking me down the aisle, beaming, and I have my sights set on Logan, looking absolutely incredible in his tux. I have never seen him in anything other than jeans. His mom is holding our son, standing next to him, and I pour with tears already. Seeing him at the end of the aisle, waiting for me. This is what it's all about. Moving through life alone is no good. You need someone to share it with you. And I get the rest of my life to be with him. We hold hands, and I look into his steady green eyes as our vows are being read. As we are pronounced man and wife, I swear I can see his eyes glisten with tears, but he hides it too well. Too much of a man, I suppose. After putting on the rings, we hold Cameron for the photos, and I carry him as we walk down the aisle. We get a small break before the reception, and I hand Cameron off to his mom again. Anna, his mom, is really nice, and she loves being a grandma. And I'm still at the stage where I don't want too many hands holding him, so it is just the 3 of us today. We finally get our dance after I dance with my dad. You look absolutely radiant. I want to get you back home. He leans in and whispers in my ear, kissing the lobe. I smile and hold him closer as we sway to the soft music. He is actually a very good dancer. Logan, we at least have to stay for cake. You are my cake. He grips my waist and I giggle. He kisses my cheek and pulls back to look in my eyes. And you're my wife. I nod. I'm your wife. I beam with all the happiness in the world. We should have gotten married in that bank when we met. He chuckles. I shake my head at him. No, we should not have. Maybe we can take a photo there, though, I giggle. My feet are sore and my eyes hurt. I have danced with most of his friends at the club, and then my dad, now him. I do want to get out of here, but I don't want to be rude. The place is crowded. Most of the town is here because they all enjoy a good party in the club. Good enough. He holds me close and inhales my hair, then kisses the top of my head. Even him simply holding me like this tells me how much he loves me, how much I mean to him. I didn't know I was capable of all this, of loving someone this way. Him and our son. They own my entire heart and will for the rest of my life. I smile against him, my husband, and imagine a world without them, and it only hurts. I want this for the rest of my life. I want this. I never want to have to start over again, and I know that I will fight for this, for them, every day. Logan swept me off my feet when I thought I was at my worst, and he made me better.
He makes me better every day, and I love him so much for it. I always will. He spun my life around, and I'm ready to dance with him for the rest of my life.
This has been Falcon, an MC romance, Outlaw MC Book 3, written by Ethan Egorov, narrated by Bobby Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Ethan Egorov. Production copyright by Ethan Egorov.